Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The old farmhouse was their dream renovation project, but as they tore down walls and stripped the floors, they found rooms that weren't supposed to be there. Rooms filled with furniture that matched nothing in the house's history. And in every room, the same family portrait, faces scratched out with precision. I still remember the first time I drove down that long gravel road, the dried autumn leaves crunching beneath my tires. The Jenkins case had been assigned to me 3 days prior. What started as a routine renovation permit dispute had evolved into something the local police couldn't quite categorize. As I parked my sedan beside the weathered oak that dominated the front yard, I noticed how the afternoon light cast long shadows across the farmhouse's peeling white façade. A structure once charming, now unsettling in its silent anticipation. The air held a peculiar stillness as I approached the porch steps, each one groaning softly beneath my weight. The sound of my knuckles against the heavy wooden door echoed through what I imagined were spacious, empty rooms beyond. When Marcus Jenkins opened the door, his face bore the exhausted expression of a man who hadn't slept in days. "Thank you for coming, detective," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "My wife is finally resting upstairs. It's been difficult." I followed him through a narrow hallway, noting the half-removed wallpaper and exposed beams, evidence of renovations abruptly halted. The living room was sparsely furnished, with drop cloths covering most surfaces and tools neatly arranged against one wall. Marcus gestured for me to sit on one of 2 folding chairs positioned near a makeshift table, a wooden door laid across 2 sawhorses. "Tell me everything from the beginning," I said, removing my small recorder from my pocket. "Every detail matters." Marcus ran his palm across his unshaven face, his eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the dust-streaked window. "Sarah and I bought this place 6 months ago. It was exactly what we wanted, historical, secluded, with good bones. The realtor mentioned it had been empty for almost a decade after the previous owner passed away. No living relatives came forward." He paused, absently tracing a knot in the wooden tabletop. "The first few weeks were normal. We were excited, making plans, consulting with contractors." The house creaked above us, and Marcus's eyes darted to the ceiling before continuing. "The problem started when we began taking down the wall between the kitchen and what we thought was a pantry. Behind the drywall we found another room, not on any of the blueprints. A small sitting room with furniture covered in sheets, a Victorian settee, a reading lamp, a child's rocking horse, all preserved as if someone had just stepped out momentarily." The steady rhythm of his voice was occasionally punctuated by the soft ticking of an unseen clock somewhere in the house. I wrote notes unhurriedly, allowing him the space to unfold his story at his own pace. "We were confused but not alarmed. Old houses have quirks. We figured maybe a previous renovation had sealed it off, but then we found the photograph." His voice lowered. On the wall, a family portrait in an ornate frame, mother, father, 2 children, all their faces meticulously scratched out. Outside, the wind stirred the branches of the oak tree, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the wooden floor. I felt a subtle change in the air pressure, as if the house itself were listening. We were unsettled, but we continued the renovations. A week later, when we removed the carpeting in the upstairs hallway, we discovered a trapdoor. It led to another hidden room, this one set up as a child's bedroom. Different furniture style, different era entirely, and on the wall, the same family portrait. I finished for him. Marcus nodded slowly. Identical frame, identical scratches. I considered his words carefully, noting the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers trembled slightly as he reached for the glass of water on the table. We've found 3 more hidden spaces since then: a study behind the basement wall, a sewing room sealed behind a bookcase, a small bathroom tucked beneath the attic stairs, each one from different time periods, each one with that same portrait. The daylight was fading now, the room gradually filling with shadows that seemed to pool in the corners. Neither of us moved to turn on a light. The last room we found was 2 days ago, Marcus continued. We were replacing floorboards in the guest bedroom when Sarah noticed one section sounded different, hollow. We pried it up and found steps leading down to a room we can't explain. It was modern, maybe from the 1990s. A teenager's bedroom with posters, a CD player, school books. The portrait was there too, hanging above the desk. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. But this time, detective, there was something new. On the back of the portrait, someone had written a date, next Tuesday's date. I felt a chill travel slowly up my spine, but maintained my composed expression. And you've researched the history of the house. Extensively, the county records show it was built in 1887 by the Mercer family, sold 5 times since then. No reported deaths on the property, no missing persons cases connected to the address, nothing that explains. He gestured vaguely at the house around us. I closed my notebook and stood, asking to see these hidden rooms. Marcus led me through the house, each space exactly as he described. The furniture styles spanning decades, the inexplicable presence of personal belongings from different eras, and in each room, that identical portrait with the faces methodically removed. As I examined the final room, the teenager's bedroom hidden beneath the floorboards, something caught my attention. A small calendar on the desk, open to a month from 20 years ago. The same date that was written on the back of the portrait was circled in red. Over the next few days, I interviewed neighbors, searched historical records, and consulted with architectural experts. No one could explain the hidden rooms or their contents. The Jenkinses stayed with relatives while my investigation continued. On Monday evening, I returned to the house alone. The sun was setting as I walked through each hidden room again, noting details I might have missed. In the teenager's room, I noticed something tucked beneath the mattress, a journal. The final entry described hearing noises in the walls at night, seeing shadows move against the laws of light, and the writer's growing certainty that the house itself was changing around them. I stayed until midnight, sitting quietly in the original living room, listening to the house settle and creak around me. Nothing unusual occurred. No walls shifted, no new rooms appeared. Tuesday morning arrived with heavy rain. I returned to the farmhouse early, parking my car beneath the dripping oak tree. The front door was unlocked. Inside, I called out but received no answer. The house felt different somehow, the air denser, the shadows deeper. I methodically checked each room, including the hidden ones. Everything appeared unchanged until I reached the master bedroom. There I found a new door where solid wall had been the day before. It opened to reveal a room that couldn't possibly exist within the home's outer dimensions, a modern home office with today's newspaper on the desk, and on the wall the portrait. This time one face remained unscratched, a face I recognized immediately. My own. I never filed an official report on the Jenkins house case. How could I explain what I discovered? The investigation was quietly closed, the property condemned on vague structural concerns. The Jenkinses never returned to claim their belongings. Sometimes I drive past that long gravel road on my way home. The farmhouse still stands, its windows dark, the FOR sale sign swaying gently in the breeze. I never stop. But sometimes, just for a moment, I think I see a light moving from room to room, as if someone is searching for something or someone that was hidden away long ago. And on nights when the wind blows from that direction, I close my curtains tightly and try not to think about how houses remember the people who pass through them, or how some houses never let them leave at all. Story 2. Every week he found a letter slipped under his apartment door. No return address, just a single line of text. You're not alone. At first he thought it was a prank, but when he installed cameras, they only showed his own shadow placing the letters. I remember the first time Detective Morgan Sullivan brought the case files to my desk. It was one of those late October evenings when darkness comes too early, and the office lights cast long yellow shadows across the worn linoleum floor. The building had emptied hours ago, leaving only the persistent hum of the ancient heating system and the occasional creak of settling wood to keep me company. "This one's different," Morgan said, placing a thin manila folder on my desk. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as if he was concerned about being overheard in the empty room. "I thought you might find it interesting." I didn't open it immediately. Instead, I watched as Morgan settled into the chair across from me, his weathered face half hidden in shadow. The steam from his coffee cup rose between us like a veil, carrying the bitter scent of the precinct's notoriously bad brew. "Andrew Mercer," Morgan finally said, nodding toward the folder. 34 years old, software developer, lives alone in that new apartment complex on Willow Street. I opened the folder then, my fingers trailing over the smooth paper of the first photograph. It showed a plain white envelope, unremarkable except for the careful block letters spelling out Andrew Mercer across its center. "He's been receiving these for 7 weeks now," Morgan continued. "Always on Thursday mornings. Always slipped under his door sometime between midnight and 5 a.m. The next photo showed the note inside, a plain white card with a single typed line. "You're not alone," nothing else. No signature, no return address, no hidden message that our analysts could detect. Just those 4 words, repeated across 7 identical cards over 7 consecutive weeks. "He thought it was a neighbor at first," Morgan said, his coffee cup making a soft tap as he set it down. "Then a colleague playing a joke, but when he asked around, no one admitted to it." I shuffled through the remaining photos, each showing variations of the same envelope, the same message. The sameness was almost hypnotic, like looking at ripples in still water, identical yet somehow distinct. "What changed?" I asked, knowing there had to be more. Cases like this didn't usually reach our department unless something escalated. Morgan leaned forward, his chair creaking softly under the shift in weight. 2 weeks ago, Mercer installed a camera, one of those doorbell systems with motion detection. He was determined to catch whoever was leaving these messages. I felt a slight chill trace its way down my spine as Morgan pushed another photo across my desk. The timestamp read 2:17 a.m. The image was grainy but clear enough to see a distorted shadow stretching across Mercer's doorway, bending down to slip something under the door. "This is where it gets strange," Morgan said, his voice even quieter now. "Mercer lives on the 7th floor. The hallway is well lit, even at night. There are no blind spots where someone could hide from the camera's view." I studied the photo more carefully. The shadow seemed oddly stretched, disproportionate. "Could be a technical glitch," I suggested. "Light playing tricks with the camera." Morgan shook his head slowly. That's what I thought too, until I saw the next week's footage. He slid his phone across the desk and played a video. The hallway was empty, the lighting creating a sterile, unwelcoming atmosphere common to new apartment buildings. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then, almost imperceptibly, a shadow began to form on the door itself, not cast from any visible source, but almost seeping out from the door's surface. It darkened, elongated, and then this detail made my breath catch. A hand formed at its edge, sliding the envelope under the door before retracting. The shadow lingered for a moment before dissolving back into nothingness. "We've had the footage analyzed," Morgan said before I could speak. "It hasn't been tampered with." I let the silence stretch between us as I processed what I'd seen. "And Mercer," I finally asked, "how is he handling this?" Morgan's expression darkened slightly. "That's the other problem. He's becoming different. His employer called us yesterday. Mercer hasn't been to work in 3 days. When they called his apartment, he answered but sounded distant, distracted. Said he was working on something important and couldn't come in." I closed the folder gently, my fingertips lingering on its edges. "And you want me to talk to him?" It wasn't a question, but Morgan nodded anyway. "Tomorrow morning. I've already cleared it with the captain." The following day dawned gray and misty, the kind of weather that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller, more contained. The Willow Street apartments rose before me like a monolith, all glass and steel and concrete, with none of the character of the older buildings surrounding it. In the lobby, I showed my badge to the concierge, who directed me to the elevators with a look of mild concern. "Apartment 712, he said. "Is Mr. Mercer in some kind of trouble?" I offered a non-committal response and made my way to the 7th floor. The hallway was exactly as it appeared in the video, sterile, well-lit, with numbered doors spaced evenly along both walls. Standing before apartment 712, I noticed something that hadn't been visible in the footage. A small security camera installed above the peephole, its red light blinking steadily. Andrew Mercer opened the door before I could knock. He was tall and thin, with dark circles under eyes that seemed to have forgotten how to blink. His apartment, visible behind him, was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. No personal items visible, no photographs, no evidence of the human who supposedly lived there. "Detective," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "You're here about the letters." I followed him inside, noting how he checked the hallway twice before closing and locking the door. The living room contained only essential furniture, and the kitchen beyond appeared unused. But it was the wall to my right that drew my attention. Every inch was covered with papers, the letters, photographs of the hallway, printouts of what looked like research articles, and strings connecting it all in a pattern I couldn't immediately decipher. 7 weeks, Mercer said, gesturing to the wall. 7 letters, always the same message. "You're not alone," I read aloud, my eyes tracing the repeated phrase across multiple documents. "At first I thought it was a threat," Mercer continued, pacing now. "Then maybe a warning, now I'm not so sure." I studied him carefully. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes were clear, focused. This wasn't the ranting of a paranoid mind, at least, not entirely. "Tell me about the shadow," I said gently, pointing to the printed frame from his security footage. Mercer's expression changed then, a flicker of something like relief crossing his features. "You've seen it," he said. "Most people think I'm imagining things." He led me to a desk in the corner where 3 monitors displayed different camera feeds, his front door, the hallway, and what appeared to be an internal view of his apartment. "I've been recording everything," he explained, "day and night, and it's not just at the door anymore." With a few clicks, he pulled up footage from 2 nights ago. The camera showed his darkened bedroom, Mercer himself asleep in bed. At precisely 2:17 a.m., the same time as the hallway incidents, a shadow began to form on the wall beside his bed. Unlike the hallway shadow, this one had a more distinct shape, almost human-like, but with proportions that seemed wrong somehow. It remained for exactly 3 minutes before disappearing. "It never touches me," Mercer said quietly. "It never comes closer than that, but it's always there watching." I spent the next several hours reviewing Mercer's evidence. Most of it was circumstantial at best, patterns of times, subtle changes in his apartment he couldn't account for, the persistent feeling of being observed. But the shadow footage was undeniably unsettling, especially when he showed me the most recent development. "Last night," Mercer said, pulling up a new video, "it left something else." The footage showed the now familiar shadow forming by his bedside, but this time, as it receded, something remained on his nightstand, a small, dark object that hadn't been there before. The video continued as morning light gradually filled the room, revealing what appeared to be an old-fashioned key. "I've never seen this before," Mercer said, placing the actual key in my hand. It was heavy, made of tarnished brass, with an ornate design that suggested considerable age. "It doesn't fit any lock in this apartment." I turned the key over, noticing a series of numbers etched into its handle, 21743. The time from the videos, followed by what could be a year or another significant number. "Have you researched the building's history?" I asked, my mind already forming connections. Mercer nodded eagerly. "Built 3 years ago on the site of an old hospital. Before that, it was residential housing dating back to the early 1900s. I found property records, but nothing stands out for 1943. I pocketed the key with Mercer's permission, promising to look into its origin. Before leaving, I helped him set up additional cameras and advised him to stay with a friend for a few days. He declined, insisting he needed to continue his observations. "Whatever this is," he said as I prepared to leave, "it's trying to communicate. I need to understand what it wants." The following days yielded little progress. The key didn't match any recorded evidence in our database, and inquiries about the property's history revealed nothing unusual. Tests on the letters showed no fingerprints, and the paper was common stock available at any office supply store. It was Morgan who made the breakthrough, calling me late one evening as I was reviewing Mercer's footage for the 10th time. "February 17, 1943, he said without preamble. "I found a connection." According to newspaper archives, a man named Thomas Linden had been found dead in his home on that date, a home that once stood exactly where Mercer's apartment building now stands. The cause of death was recorded as suicide, but certain details had been curiously omitted from the public record. "There's more," Morgan continued. "Linden was a postal worker, lived alone, no family. But he had a collection of unsent letters found in his apartment after his death, all addressed to different people, all containing the same message." I felt a chill spread through me as I anticipated his next words. "You're not alone," Morgan confirmed. "Every single letter, just those 3 words." The next day was Thursday, letter day, and I arrived at Mercer's apartment before dawn. He looked worse than before, his movements jerky and his speech rapid as he explained his latest theory. "It's not threatening me," he insisted. "It's trying to show me something about Lyndon." We waited together in tense silence as the clock approached 2:17 a.m. Mercer had positioned cameras throughout the apartment, all feeds displayed on his monitors. As the fateful minute arrived, I felt rather than saw a shift in the room's atmosphere, a subtle pressure change, as if the air itself had thickened. On the monitors, shadows began forming simultaneously in multiple locations, by the door, beside the bed, in the corner of the living room where we now sat. Unlike previous occurrences, these shadows seemed to pulse and expand, growing more defined with each passing second. Mercer stood transfixed as the shadow nearest to him extended what appeared to be an arm. Without hesitation, he reached toward it, ignoring my warning shout, and for a brief, impossible moment, their hands seemed to meet. The connection lasted only seconds before all the shadows receded at once, leaving behind not the usual envelope but something larger, a weathered leather satchel that hadn't been there moments before. Inside we found dozens of letters, their paper yellowed with age but the text still legible. Each bore a different name and address, but the same message inside: "You're not alone." But it was the final item in the satchel that provided the answer we sought: Thomas Lyndon's diary, its pages filled with increasingly desperate entries describing his isolation, his invisibility in a world that looked through him rather than at him. The last entry, dated February 16, 1943, read simply, "If they won't see me in life, perhaps they'll notice my absence. My letters will remain, even if I do not." The case file for Andrew Mercer remains technically open, though no further incidents have been reported. The letters stopped that night, and the shadows haven't returned. Mercer himself has moved to another city, maintaining periodic contact to confirm that his new residence remains undisturbed. As for Thomas Lyndon, we arranged a proper memorial and ensured his story would not be forgotten. Sometimes, looking back through my notes on the case, I find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadow forming on my office wall. And occasionally, when working late, I'll find a blank sheet of paper on my desk that wasn't there before. Just a reminder, perhaps, that in this world of shadows and light, of connections missed and messages unsent, none of us is truly alone. Story 2. The family moved into the house hoping for peace and quiet, but every night they heard scratching sounds from behind the walls. When they finally tore through the plaster, they found a series of small tunnels filled with children's toys and drawings of their family. I first encountered the Brennan case in late autumn, when the leaves had turned that particular shade of amber that makes even the most mundane streets seem somehow significant. The case file landed on my desk with little ceremony, just another strange occurrence in a small town where strange had become the new normal. But something about this one lingered in my mind long after I closed the manila folder. The Brennan family, Michael, Sarah, and their 2 children, Emma and Noah, had moved to Oak Ridge in search of what most families seek: more space, better schools, and the particular kind of silence that can only be found away from city centers. Their Victorian home on Maple Street had stood for nearly a century, its blue-gray siding weathered by decades of rain and snow, its foundation solid despite the years. The realtor had been enthusiastic, perhaps overly so. The previous owners had moved rather suddenly, a job transfer, she explained, nothing more. The price was reasonable, especially for a house of that size and character. The Brennans didn't ask many questions. Later, they would wish they had. The first few nights passed without incident. The family unpacked, arranging furniture and hanging pictures with the particular care of people trying to make a strange place feel like home. The children chose their bedrooms. Emma, 12, selected the room with the bay window overlooking the backyard. Noah, 8, picked the smaller room with built-in bookshelves. It was on the fourth night that Sarah first heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from somewhere inside the wall of the master bedroom, like fingernails gently dragging across the plaster. Michael dismissed it as the house settling, or perhaps mice, an unpleasant thought but not alarming. Old houses make noises, he assured her. They breathe and shift and settle. But the scratching continued, night after night, sometimes moving from one wall to another, sometimes accompanied by a soft thump or the barely perceptible sound of something being dragged. Sarah began to notice other things too. Small objects moved from where she'd left them. A child's crayon rolling across the hardwood floor with no apparent cause. By the second week, Noah was complaining about the person in the walls who watched him while he slept. Emma, more practical than her brother, suggested it was his imagination, fueled by the unfamiliar creaks and groans of their new home. But even she admitted to feeling sometimes as if she were being observed when alone in her room, a sensation that made the hair on her arms stand on end. Michael finally called a pest control company, expecting to hear about a rodent infestation. The technician spent hours examining the house, checking the basement, the attic, the spaces behind cabinets. He found nothing, no droppings, no nests, no signs of animal life at all. The house, he declared, was remarkably clean for its age. That night, Sarah woke to find Noah standing at the foot of their bed, his face pale in the moonlight streaming through the window. "The wall person drew a picture of me," he whispered. In his hand was a crude crayon drawing of a small boy sleeping in a bed that looked remarkably like Noah's. The perspective was strange, as if the artist had been looking down at him from above. The drawing wasn't Noah's work. The style was different, more primitive, with heavy, pressing strokes that had nearly torn the paper in places. Sarah checked Noah's room, finding nothing out of place except for the open crayon box on his desk. She assured him it was a dream, tucked him back into bed, and sat with him until he fell asleep. But when she returned to her own room, she found Michael sitting up, listening intently to the scratching that now seemed to be moving slowly along the wall from their bedroom toward Noah's. The next morning, they found a small toy car that didn't belong to either of their children sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor. I visited the house myself a week later after Sarah Brennan called the police. By then, they'd found 3 more drawings, one of the entire family eating dinner, viewed as if from the kitchen doorway, another of Sarah reading in the living room, and a third of their car in the driveway. Each one revealed a perspective that suggested the artist had been watching them unseen. The house felt heavy with silence when I entered, the kind of quiet that seems to absorb sound rather than merely lack it. Sarah showed me the drawings, her hands trembling slightly as she laid them out on the dining room table. Michael stood by the window, arms crossed, explaining how the scratching had become more frequent, no longer limited to nighttime. "Sometimes it follows us from room to room," he said, his voice steady but his eyes betraying his exhaustion. "Like whatever it is knows where we are in the house." I examined the walls carefully, looking for cracks or openings, anything that might explain the sounds. The house had been renovated several times over the decades, with newer drywall covering the original lath and plaster in some rooms. In Noah's room, I noticed something odd, a slight discoloration along the baseboard, as if it had been repeatedly touched or brushed against. When I pressed my hand against the wall, I felt a slight give that shouldn't have been there. "Have you considered that there might be space between these walls?" I asked. Some of these older homes have unusual features, service corridors, storage spaces that might have been sealed off during renovations. Michael and Sarah exchanged glances. They hadn't. With their permission, I returned the next day with a building inspector and the proper tools. We chose a spot in Noah's room where the wall sounded particularly hollow when tapped. The inspector made a small hole at first, just enough to insert a flexible camera. What we saw made little sense, a narrow passage, barely 2 feet wide, extending into darkness. When we widened the opening, the smell hit us first, musty and close, with the unmistakable scent of human habitation. The passage was no accident of architecture. It had been created deliberately, cutting between the studs, following the interior walls of the house like a crude tunnel system. And it was lived in. We found small caches of food, crackers, dried fruit, bottles of water, tucked into niches carved into the wooden framework. There were makeshift sleeping areas with blankets and pillows that appeared to have been taken from the house's linen closet over time. Strangest of all were the observation points, small holes drilled through the plaster, each one offering a view into a different room of the house, each one carefully concealed behind furniture or pictures on the other side. And there were drawings, dozens of them, not just of the Brennans, but of the previous family as well, parents and 3 children captured in crayon and colored pencil, going about their daily lives, unaware they were being watched. The search expanded. We found that the passage network extended throughout most of the house, connecting to the basement through a narrow opening behind the furnace and to the attic via a small hatch disguised as part of the ceiling in a closet. The system was ingenious in its simplicity, using the existing structure of the house, but modified to allow someone to move almost freely behind the walls. But who? The answer came 3 days later, when a patrol officer spotted a small figure darting across the Brennans' backyard at dusk. The child, for it was indeed a child, was caught trying to re-enter the house through a loose vent in the foundation. Her name was Ellie. She was 10 years old and had been living in the walls of the house for nearly 16 months. The story that emerged in the following weeks was both heartbreaking and disturbing. Ellie's mother had been the housekeeper for the previous owners, the Wheelers. During her time cleaning the house, Ellie had discovered the original servant passages, common in houses of that era, but often sealed off during modernization. Except in this house, they had remained accessible. When Ellie's mother lost her job and subsequently their apartment, they had nowhere to go. Ellie's mother had suffered from untreated mental illness, becoming increasingly paranoid and withdrawn. Rather than seek help, she had made a desperate decision. She would hide her daughter in the house she knew so well, in spaces no one ever looked. She had modified the passages herself, working during the hours when the Wheelers were away, creating a hidden home within the home. For months she had brought food and supplies to Ellie through the basement entrance. Ellie had lived there, silent and unseen, while her mother sought work and tried to stabilize their situation. But then her mother had stopped coming. Days passed, then weeks. Later, we would learn she had been hospitalized after a breakdown and had been unable to tell anyone about her daughter, her paranoia by then too severe to allow her to trust even the hospital staff. Ellie, alone and afraid, had remained in her wall home, surviving on what she could take from the kitchen when the Wheelers were asleep or away. She had watched them, learning their routines, becoming a ghost in their home. When they moved suddenly, not because of a job transfer, but because the mother had become convinced the house was haunted, Ellie had stayed. And then the Brennans had arrived. Sarah Brennan wept when she heard the story. Michael stood silent, his face a mask of conflicted emotions, horror at what had happened in their home, relief that the explanation was human rather than supernatural, and profound sadness for the child who had been watching their family drawing pictures of a life she couldn't have. Ellie was placed in emergency foster care while authorities located her mother and assessed her condition. The passages in the house were properly sealed. The Brennans stayed, though they admitted the house would never feel quite the same. I kept one of Ellie's drawings, not of the Brennans, but of the house itself, drawn from the outside, every window illuminated with warm yellow light. In the margin, in careful childish handwriting, she had written, "The home I watch." Sometimes I look at that drawing and think about the walls that separate us from each other and how thin they really are. How we can live side by side or even within the same structure and remain invisible to one another until something breaks through. The scratching sounds have stopped in the Brennan house. The walls are silent now, but sometimes Sarah tells me she still feels as if she's being watched, not by anyone hiding in the walls, but by the memory of a child who once was. A child who saw their family as something precious, worth drawing, worth watching, worth being close to, even if separated by layers of wood and plaster. In the quiet of the night, that might be the most haunting thought of all. Story 4, I still remember the weight of the key in my palm as I stood outside apartment 7B that morning. The brass had cooled in the autumn air, almost uncomfortable against my skin. It was Tuesday inspection day, and the hallway smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and something else, something stale that I couldn't quite identify. The carpet hushed my footsteps as I approached the door of my most enigmatic tenant. Mr. Davis had moved in nearly 7 months prior. I recall our brief meeting, a handshake with cool, dry fingers, a polite nod, and the faint scent of sandalwood cologne. He'd paid 6 months' rent in advance with crisp $100 bills that I'd later arranged neatly in my office drawer. His application had been immaculate, perfect credit, stellar references, prior address history stretching back 15 years. The ideal tenant in nearly every way. Narrowly. The oddity was in his absence. Most tenants, you see them coming and going. You hear their footsteps, their music, their lives bleeding through the walls, but Mr. Davis was different. None of the other residents had ever seen him after move-in day. His mail accumulated methodically in the brass box downstairs, mostly magazines and official-looking envelopes that I'd occasionally bring up and leave outside his door. By morning, they'd always disappear inside. I'd tried calling twice in the past month. The phone would ring endlessly with no answer and no machine. That's what brought me here today, key in hand, the weight of something uncertain settling between my shoulder blades. I knocked first, of course, 3 solid raps that echoed down the empty hallway. I waited, listening for the shuffle of feet, the clearing of a throat, any sign of life behind the heavy door. Nothing stirred. I knocked again, louder this time, announcing myself. Mr. Davis, it's Richard Klein, your landlord, monthly inspection. The silence stretched on, thick and unbroken. I slid the key into the lock, feeling the tumblers give way with a soft, well-oiled click. The door swung inward without a sound. The first thing that struck me was the temperature noticeably cooler than the hallway, as if the heating had been off for days. Sunlight filtered through half-drawn blinds, casting striped shadows across immaculately polished hardwood floors. The apartment smelled clean but somehow vacant, like a furniture showroom rather than a lived-in space. I stepped inside, my footsteps seeming intrusive in the perfect stillness. The living room was meticulously arranged, a leather sofa positioned precisely opposite a television that showed no fingerprints on its glossy screen. 2 magazines lay on the coffee table, aligned at perfect right angles to each other. Not a cushion was out of place, not a speck of dust visible on any surface. "Mr. Davis," I called again, my voice sounding oddly muffled in the quiet apartment. The kitchen continued the theme of pristine abandonment, spotless countertops, empty sink, not a dish in the drying rack. I opened the refrigerator to find it stocked with basics: milk, eggs, vegetables, all within their expiration dates. Someone had been here recently, or wanted it to appear that way. Down the short hallway, the bathroom door stood slightly ajar. Inside, towels hung with geometric precision, the shower curtain pulled closed, the sink dry and gleaming. No toothbrush, no razor, no personal items of any kind were visible. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the apartment's temperature. The bedroom door was closed. I stood before it for what felt like minutes, my hand hovering near the knob. Something about the apartment's perfect order had begun to feel less like tidiness and more like a staged set A place designed to look inhabited rather than actually lived in. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The bedroom was as immaculate as the rest of the apartment. A queen-sized bed stood against the far wall, the navy blue comforter pulled tight with hospital corners, pillows arranged symmetrically against the headboard. A dresser with nothing on its surface stood opposite, and blackout curtains were drawn halfway, allowing a slice of sunlight to fall across the bed. It was what I saw on the floor that made my breath catch. There, in the strip of sunlight between the bed and the wall, someone had written in what appeared to be white chalk. The letters were precise, almost architectural in their formation. "I never left." I felt the hair on my arms rise as I moved closer, crouching down to examine the writing. The chalk had a faintly bluish tint up close, and the strokes were steady, deliberate. Not the frantic scrawl of someone in distress, but the careful lettering of someone making a statement. I stood up slowly, surveying the room again with new eyes. The closet door was closed. I crossed to it, my heart beating a rhythm in my throat that I could feel with each step. The brass handle was cool as I pulled the door open. Suits hung inside, evenly spaced on identical wooden hangers. 5 of them all navy or charcoal, white shirts perfectly pressed. 2 pairs of polished leather shoes aligned precisely on the floor below. Everything in its place, everything untouched. No sign of disturbance, no indication of struggle. And yet that message on the floor seemed to grow louder in my mind with each passing second. I never left. I retreated to the living room, pulling my phone from my pocket. As I dialed the emergency non-urgent line, I noticed something I'd overlooked before. On the immaculate coffee table, beside the perfectly arranged magazines, sat a single teacup. Inside, the remnants of tea had long since dried, leaving a dark residue at the bottom. The cup had lipstick on its rim, a shade of deep burgundy that stood out starkly against the white porcelain. Mr. Davis had lived alone, according to his application, and in our brief meeting, he certainly hadn't been wearing lipstick. 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end of the line pulled me back to the present. I need to report a situation, I said, my eyes still fixed on that teacup. I'm a landlord conducting an inspection, and something's not right. As I explained the situation to the dispatcher, I wandered back toward the bedroom, drawn inexplicably to that chalk message. Standing in the doorway, I noticed something else. The angle of the sunlight had shifted slightly, illuminating more of the floor. There was more writing, previously hidden by shadow. I moved closer, phone still pressed to my ear, and felt my blood run cold as I read the complete message. I never left. She wouldn't let me. The dispatcher was asking me something, but her words seemed distant, underwater. My eyes had caught a detail I'd missed before, a thin line in the carpet, hardly noticeable unless you were looking for it. A seam that shouldn't be there, running along the perimeter of the area rug. Sir, are you still there? Officers are being dispatched to your location. Yes, I managed, unable to look away from that seam. Please tell them to hurry. I ended the call and stood motionless in the perfect bedroom of my perfect tenant. The room's stillness now felt oppressive, watching, waiting. I understood with sudden clarity that I was standing in a place where something terrible had happened, or was perhaps still happening, beneath my feet. The next hours passed in a blur of uniforms and questions. The area rug was pulled back, revealing what the officers immediately recognized as a modified section of flooring. Beneath it, they found a small storage space not large enough to be called a basement, more like a forgotten architectural feature that had been sealed off from the main building's basement. Inside that space, they found evidence of long-term habitation: a small cot, battery-powered lanterns, food wrappers, water bottles, and a journal, its pages filled with increasingly paranoid writings. The journal belonged to Mr. Davis, the real Mr. Davis, as it turned out, the man I'd rented to the perfect tenant with the immaculate application was someone else entirely. The investigation is still ongoing as I write this. They haven't found either of them, yet not the real Mr. Davis, nor the impersonator who took his identity and apparently kept him prisoner beneath the floorboards of his own apartment. The lipstick on the teacup remains unexplained. Sometimes at night I lie awake and think about that message on the floor. I never left, she wouldn't let me. And I wonder who she is, and if she's watching me even now, waiting for her chance to make me disappear, to make me a tenant who is never seen, writing desperate messages that no one will find until it's far too late. The police assure me they're doing everything they can. They've traced the real Mr. Davis's last known movements to a coffee shop 3 blocks from the apartment building 7 months ago. Security footage shows him leaving with a woman. She has her arm linked through his, her face turned away from the camera. She's wearing deep burgundy lipstick. I've changed all the locks, I've installed cameras, I've done everything reasonable to secure the building. But sometimes, late at night, I catch myself listening for footsteps that shouldn't be there, for doors that shouldn't open. And I can't help but wonder about that space beneath apartment 7B, how many others might be hidden throughout the building, silent and waiting, with messages we haven't yet found scrawled in desperate chalk. I never left. Perhaps none of us ever really do. Story 5, I still remember the weight of the envelope in my hands. Cream-colored, expensive paper with a subtle texture that caught the late afternoon light filtering through my living room blinds. My name, Emma Weston, written in an elegant, flowing script that seemed both familiar and foreign. No return address, just my name and the house number of the Victorian cottage I had moved into exactly 3 weeks prior. The house was still mostly empty, cardboard boxes stacked against freshly painted walls, the smell of new beginnings mingling with the scent of the previous owner's lingering floral air freshener. I had chosen this place for its solitude, for the way the maple trees created a natural barrier between me and the rest of the small town of Millfield. A necessary retreat after the dissolution of my engagement 6 months ago. I ran my finger under the sealed flap, the paper giving way with a satisfying tear. Inside was a single card, the kind sent for formal occasions, its weight substantial between my fingertips. As I unfolded it, the air in the room seemed to still, as if the house itself was holding its breath. It was a wedding invitation, my wedding invitation. Miss Emma Louise Weston and Mr. Blank request the honor of your presence as they join in matrimony Saturday, the 14th of October at sunset, where you will never leave. I read it 3 times, the words maintaining their impossible arrangement on the thick cardstock. The groom's name was conspicuously absent, just an elegant blank line where it should have been. The date was 2 weeks away. The location, where you will never leave, made my skin prickle with a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn breeze seeping through the window frames. I hadn't told anyone my new address yet, except for my sister Kate and the post office. The invitation had no postmark. Someone had delivered it by hand. That night I found myself unable to sleep, the invitation placed face down on my kitchen counter like some malevolent artifact that might come alive if I turned my back on it. The old house creaked and settled around me, sounds that had seemed charming when I first moved in now carrying undertones of watchfulness. The next morning I drove to the local police station, the invitation sealed in a plastic bag as if it were evidence, which I supposed it was. Officer Jenkins, a man with kind eyes and a face weathered by 20 years on the force, listened patiently as I explained my situation. His expression didn't change when I showed him the invitation, which somehow made the whole thing more unsettling. Miss Weston, unfortunately, there's no crime here that we can pursue, he said, sliding the invitation back across his desk. It's strange, I'll grant you that, but sending unusual mail isn't against the law. But someone knows where I live, I insisted, my voice lower than intended. Someone who shouldn't. Officer Jenkins nodded slowly. I understand your concern. I'll have a patrol car drive by your place a couple times a night for the next week. In the meantime, maybe stay with a friend or install some security cameras. I left feeling both validated and dismissed. On my way home, I stopped at the hardware store and purchased 2 battery-operated security cameras and a new deadbolt. The clerk, a young man with a name tag reading Tyler, asked if I was doing some home improvements. I just nodded, not wanting to explain that I was fortifying against an invitation to my own non-existent wedding. 3 days passed without incident. The cameras recorded nothing but a neighborhood stray cat and the occasional delivery person dropping off packages to neighboring houses. I began to wonder if perhaps it was just a bizarre prank, maybe from a former colleague who had discovered my new address somehow. Then the second envelope arrived. This one was slipped under my front door sometime during the night. Same cream-colored paper, same elegant handwriting. Inside was a small card with just 5 words, "Your dress fitting is tomorrow." I called Kate immediately, my fingers trembling as I dialed. "Someone's watching me," I whispered, though I was alone in the house. "They know I'm here, they know my routine." "Emma, breathe," Kate's voice was steady, the voice of an emergency room nurse who had seen it all. "Did your cameras catch anything?" They hadn't, nothing but static night footage of my empty porch. "I'm coming over," she said. "Pack a bag. You're staying with me until we figure this out." I felt immediate relief, then a strange reluctance. The house, for all its current eeriness, was mine, the first place that had truly belonged to me alone. The thought of being driven from it by fear made something stubborn rise within me. "No," I said finally, "but I would appreciate if you came over. Bring that baseball bat Dan keeps by the door." Kate arrived 40 minutes later, armed with not only the bat but also pepper spray and a determined expression. We checked every closet, every corner of the basement, every possible hiding place in the house. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. That night we sat in my living room, mugs of tea going cold as we pored over my contact list, trying to identify who might be playing this unsettling game. Ex-colleagues, former neighbors, even distant relatives were considered and dismissed. My ex-fiancé Mark had moved to Seattle after our breakup, seemingly content with his new life and new partner. "What about the previous owner of this house?" Kate asked, her eyes catching on a shadow that moved across the wall, just the headlights of a passing car. "Did you ever meet them?" I shook my head. Everything went through the real estate agent. The owner was an elderly woman who moved to a retirement community in Florida, Mrs. Alina Simmons. Kate pulled out her phone and began typing. "Let's see what we can find about Mrs. Simmons." What we discovered sent a chill through both of us. Mrs. Alina Simmons had indeed owned the house until her death 3 years ago. According to the obituary Kate found online, she had passed away in a hospital after a short illness. The house had been empty for almost 2 years before being listed for sale. "And so who sold me the house?" I whispered. The next morning we visited the real estate office together. My agent, Brenda Matthews, greeted us with a professional smile that faltered when I explained the reason for our visit. "That's impossible," she said, pulling up files on her computer. "I handled the sale myself. The owner was," she trailed off, frowning at the screen. "That's strange. The property records show the house was owned by Millfield Heritage Trust after Mrs. Simmons passed away. But I distinctly remember speaking with a woman who identified herself as Mrs. Simmons' daughter." "Did you ever meet her in person?" Kate asked, her nurse's instinct for detail apparent. Brenda's frown deepened. "No, everything was handled electronically or by phone, but the paperwork was all in order, I assure you." We left with more questions than answers, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. That afternoon, I received a text message from an unknown number. "The dress will look beautiful on you." I showed the message to Kate, who immediately called her husband, a cybersecurity specialist. He walked us through the process of checking if my phone had been compromised, but found nothing suspicious. "Whoever this is," Kate said, her voice tight with concern, "they're playing a very elaborate game." That night, despite Kate's protests, I insisted on staying in my house alone. I don't know if it was stubbornness or a growing certainty that running wouldn't solve the mystery. I double-checked every lock, confirmed the cameras were recording, and kept my phone and Kate's baseball bat close by. In the stillness of 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps on my porch. Not the cautious steps of someone trying to break in, but the measured pace of someone who felt they had every right to be there. The security camera notification pinged on my phone. With shaking hands, I opened the app. The figure on my porch was dressed in what appeared to be a wedding dress, face obscured by a traditional veil. As I watched, frozen in horror and fascination, the figure lifted something to the camera lens, a photograph. Even through the grainy night vision, I could make out what it showed. Me, asleep in my bed, taken from the perspective of someone standing in my bedroom doorway. The photograph had been taken that very night. I called 911 with trembling fingers, then Kate. By the time police arrived, the figure was gone. The only evidence of their presence was another envelope, this one pinned to my door with an antique hat pin. Inside was a faded photograph from what appeared to be the 1950s. A young couple stood on the very porch of my house, the woman in a wedding dress, the man in a dark suit. On the back, written in faded ink, Eleanor and James, October 14, 1954. The same date as my supposed upcoming wedding. Officer Jenkins took the photograph as evidence, his earlier skepticism replaced by grim concern. "I'm going to have someone look into the history of this house more thoroughly," he said. "In the meantime, you really shouldn't stay here alone." That evening, as Kate helped me pack some essentials, I found myself drawn to a section of wallpaper in the hallway that had always seemed slightly discolored. Acting on an impulse I couldn't explain, I pressed my fingers against it, feeling something solid behind the paper. Kate brought me a letter opener, and together we carefully cut away the wallpaper to reveal a small compartment built into the wall. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. The neat handwriting inside belonged to Eleanor Simmons, detailing her life in the house from 1954 to 1969. The final entry, dated October 14, 1969, read, "15 years in this prison of a marriage. Tonight I end it. James doesn't suspect a thing. The cake is frosted, the champagne poisoned. When the clock strikes midnight, I will finally be free. May whoever finds this journal understand, this house keeps its secrets and it keeps its prisoners, where you will never leave." I closed the journal with unsteady hands, meeting Kate's wide eyes. 2 days later, an extensive search of the property revealed human remains in the garden, buried beneath what had once been a rose bed. Dental records would later confirm they belonged to James Simmons, who had been reported missing in 1969. The identity of my mysterious wedding planner was never conclusively determined. The investigation revealed that the real estate sale had been conducted through a series of shell companies, the money ultimately traced to an offshore account that went cold. I never returned to live in that house. It sits empty once again, its Victorian charm masking whatever secrets still lie within its walls. Sometimes I drive by and see the curtains move, though the house remains unsold and unoccupied. I still have the wedding invitation. I keep it in a locked drawer, a reminder that some invitations should never be accepted and some houses never entered. But in my darkest moments, I wonder if I ever truly left. Part of me feels tethered to that place, to its history and its secrets. And every year on October 14th, I receive a text message from an unknown number. Always the same 5 words. "The dress still fits you." Story 6. I remember the first time I heard about Room 21. I was reviewing security logs at the Westlake Hotel, a modest 3-story establishment on the outskirts of Millfield, when I noticed the discrepancy. A guest had checked into Room 21, but the hotel only had 20 rooms. I thought it was a clerical error, the kind that happens when night staff are half asleep during the graveyard shift, but then I saw it again, and again, always Room 21. The Westlake wasn't particularly remarkable. Built in 1987, it had the faded charm of budget accommodations that had seen better days, floral wallpaper curling slightly at the seams, carpet worn thin in high-traffic areas, and that distinct smell of industrial cleaning products that never quite masked the underlying mustiness. I'd been working there as head of security for 3 months when I first noticed the anomaly. "We don't have a Room 21, Diane, the manager, said when I brought it to her attention. She was stirring her coffee slowly, the metal spoon making a gentle rhythm against the ceramic mug. Must be a typo in the system. But it wasn't a typo. The next day I checked the blueprints spread across the desk in the small windowless office that served as the hotel's administrative center. 20 rooms, 10 on the second floor, 10 on the third. First floor was lobby, restaurant, and maintenance. No room 21. Yet the logs kept showing guests checking in and out of this non-existent space. Always different names, never staying longer than one night, always arriving after midnight and checking out before dawn. I decided to speak with Marcus, who'd been the night clerk for almost 15 years. He'd seen owners come and go, renovations start and stop. If anyone knew about this mystery room, it would be him. Room 21, he repeated when I asked him about it. His eyes, magnified behind thick glasses, blinked rapidly. The small desk lamp cast deep shadows across his face. I've never checked anyone into room 21. But the computer said otherwise. Marcus's employee ID was attached to every room 21 check-in. That's impossible, he insisted, voice lowered as a late-arriving couple dragged their suitcases across the lobby. Are you sure you're reading the logs correctly? I was sure, and now I was more intrigued than concerned. That night I stayed late. The hotel settled into its nocturnal rhythm, distant doors closing, the hum of ice machines, occasional footsteps in the hallways above. I watched Marcus at the front desk from my office, the security monitors giving me a clear view of the lobby. At 1:17 a.m., a man in a dark overcoat entered through the front doors. He carried no luggage. Marcus looked up and something in his demeanor changed. His normally slouched posture straightened. He didn't speak to the man, didn't go through the usual check-in procedure. He simply reached under the counter and withdrew a key, not a modern key card like the ones used for the other rooms, but an actual metal key attached to a heavy brass tag. I watched the man take the key without a word and proceed to the elevator. I quickly switched camera views, following his progress down the third-floor hallway. He walked past rooms 15, 16, 17, and then seemed to disappear into the wall between rooms 20 and the emergency exit. The following morning, I examined that section of the hallway myself. Nothing seemed unusual, just standard hotel wallpaper, a generic landscape painting, and the exit sign casting a permanent red glow over the carpet. I pressed my hands against the wall where the man had vanished, half expecting to find a hidden door. Nothing but solid drywall. I decided to dig deeper into the hotel's history. The original building permits from 1987 confirmed what I already knew: 20 guest rooms, no more. But when I visited the county records office and requested the architectural plans submitted before construction, I found something odd. The initial blueprints showed 21 rooms. Room 21 had been drawn in the exact location where I'd seen the man disappear, a small space wedged between room 20 and the stairwell. But in the final approved plans, room 21 had been crossed out with red ink. A note in the margin read simply, "Structural concerns, omit." I took photos of both sets of plans before returning to the hotel. That evening, I confronted Marcus. "There was supposed to be a room 21, I said, sliding the photos across the desk, but it was never built. Marcus's fingers trembled slightly as he pushed the photos back toward me without looking at them. "Some things are better left alone," he whispered. "Who was that man last night, the one you gave the key to?" Marcus's gaze darted to the security camera above us, then back to me. "I don't remember any man." I pulled up the footage on my phone and showed him. "This man, you gave him a key." Marcus watched the video with a strange detachment. "That's not possible," he said. "That's not me." But it was him, unmistakably him. That night I decided to stay again. This time I positioned myself in the hallway near where room 21 should have been. Hours passed. The hotel creaked and settled around me. At precisely 1:17 a.m., the elevator dinged. The same man in the dark overcoat emerged, walking with purpose down the hallway toward me. He didn't acknowledge my presence. As he approached the wall between room 20 and the exit, I called out, "Excuse me, sir." He paused, turning slowly to face me. His features were unremarkable, forgettable even, the kind of face that blends into crowds. "Yes," he asked, his voice surprisingly warm. "I believe you're looking for room 21, I said. A subtle smile formed on his lips. "Yes." "There's no room 21, I explained. "It was never built." The man tilted his head slightly. "And yet here I am with the key." He held up the brass key, letting it catch the dim hallway light. "May I see that?" I asked. He handed it to me without hesitation. The key was heavier than it looked, the metal cold against my skin. The tag read 21 in faded numbers. As I examined it, I noticed something else, tiny dark stains along the teeth of the key, like dried rust or blood. When I looked up to ask about these stains, the man was gone. I spun around, scanning the hallway in both directions. Empty. The emergency exit door remained closed, its alarm system untripped. My heart began racing as I realized I was alone, holding the key to a room that didn't exist. I approached the wall where I'd seen him disappear in the video footage. Nothing looked different, and yet I placed the key against the wall, half expecting something magical to happen. Nothing did, but as I studied the wallpaper more closely, I noticed a small, almost imperceptible seam. I ran my fingers along it, feeling a slight depression, a keyhole hidden by layers of paint and paper. My hands trembled as I inserted the key. It fit perfectly. I turned it, hearing a soft click. A section of wall swung inward, not dramatically, but just enough to reveal darkness beyond. I should have called someone. I should have waited until morning. Instead, I pushed the door wider and stepped into room 21. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of something I couldn't identify, not quite decay, but the absence of life. A small lamp on a bedside table cast weak amber light across the space. The room was furnished like the others, queen bed, desk, chair, dresser, but everything seemed wrong somehow. The proportions were slightly off, the corners not quite square, as if the room existed at an angle to reality. On the bed lay an open notebook, a pen placed precisely beside it. I approached cautiously, the floorboard sighing under my weight. The notebook contained line after line of handwritten text, all in different handwriting styles. Each entry was dated, going back decades. The most recent entry was from last night. "Room 21 accepts me again," it read. "Another exchange made, another debt settled. The architect's vision continues." I flipped backward through the pages, reading fragments of similar entries. References to the exchange, the debt, the architect, names I didn't recognize. And then on a page dated 1987, a longer entry. "Construction is complete. 20 rooms for the living, 1 room for those between. The sacrifice was necessary. The wall knows what it contains. Room 21 will never appear on the final plans, but it will always exist for those who need it." As I read these words, the door to the room, the door that shouldn't exist, closed behind me with a soft click. I turned quickly, but the outline of the door had vanished, replaced by seamless wallpaper matching the rest of the room. The lamp flickered once, twice. In its unsteady light, I noticed something else, a small dark stain spreading slowly across the carpet from beneath the bed. I knelt down to look, and that's when I heard the voice behind me. "We've been waiting for a new keeper," the man in the overcoat said. "Marcus is getting too old. The architect chose you." I turned to face him, but he wasn't alone anymore. Behind him stood others, indistinct figures, features blurred like photographs taken in motion. They filled the room that was too small to hold them all, and yet somehow did. "What is this place?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. "Room 21 is where debts are settled," he explained calmly. "Some buildings require more than concrete and steel to stand. Some foundations need something deeper. The architect understood this." I thought of the stains on the key, the dark wetness spreading beneath the bed, the crossed-out room on the original plans. "The hotel needed a room that was never built," the man continued. "A space between spaces, and that room needs a keeper." He held out his hand, offering me the brass key that I somehow no longer held. "Will you take it?" he asked. "That was 3 years ago. I've been the keeper of room 21 ever since. I still work security at the Westlake Hotel during the day, but at night I watch for those who come seeking the room that wasn't built. They always arrive at 1:17 a.m. They always know exactly where to go, and I always have the key ready. If you're ever staying at the Westlake and hear footsteps in the hallway at that precise time, I suggest you don't look outside your door. Some exchanges are private, some debts are personal, and room 21, though it was never built, is always occupied. Just don't ask about the stains beneath the bed, or why the foundations of the hotel never settle, or why every few years someone from the staff simply disappears without a trace. The architect knew what he was doing, and now so do I. Story 7. I remember the night clearly, though it happened years ago now. The soft amber glow of the bar lights created pools of warmth in an otherwise dimly lit room. Rain tapped gently against the windows, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to slow time itself. I was reviewing case notes, old habit of mine, bringing work to places where others came to forget theirs. The bar wasn't crowded that Tuesday evening. A handful of regulars occupied their usual spots, their murmured conversations creating a gentle backdrop of white noise, perfect for concentration, perfect for observing. That's when I first noticed her. Mid-30s, professionally dressed, but with an air of exhaustion that suggested the day had worn her down. She sat 3 stools away from me, ordered a gin and tonic, and began that familiar ritual of checking her phone while waiting for her drink to arrive. What caught my attention wasn't her appearance, though she was attractive in a subtle, unassuming way. It was how she seemed to scan the room with quick, practiced glances, a habit I recognized from years of working in law enforcement, the cautious awareness of someone who had learned to be vigilant. I wouldn't have thought much more about it, except for what happened next. He entered without fanfare, average height, average build, dressed in a gray button-down and dark jeans that wouldn't stand out in any crowd. Nothing remarkable except for his eyes, alert, observant, taking in every detail as he moved through the space. He ordered a whiskey neat, then took the seat right next to her, leaving 2 empty stools between us. "Long day, Elizabeth?" he asked casually. She looked up, startled, and I watched her face cycle through expressions, confusion, recognition, then something I couldn't quite place. Not quite fear, but not comfort either. "Do I know you?" she asked, her voice steady, but with an undercurrent of tension. He smiled, not broadly, just a slight upward curve of his lips that never reached his eyes. "We've met before. You talked about your childhood in Rochester, that yellow house with the crooked mailbox your father never fixed." Her posture changed almost imperceptibly, a slight stiffening of her shoulders. I don't recall mentioning that to anyone recently. You mentioned it to me, he continued, taking a slow sip of his whiskey. Just like you told me about your sister's wedding last spring, how you felt when she asked your cousin to be maid of honor instead of you. I couldn't help but drift closer, moving one stool over, keeping my eyes on my case file but my attention entirely on their conversation. Something felt wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, that old detective's instinct that had rarely led me astray. You also told me, his voice dropped lower, forcing her to lean in slightly to hear, about the night in college, the one you never reported. Her hand trembled slightly as she set down her glass. Who are you? Just someone you've confided in, he replied smoothly. You've told me so many things, Elizabeth, your fears about your mother's health, your frustrations with your boss, Richard, even that recurring dream about drowning in your childhood swimming pool. I glanced up briefly, catching her expression, pale, confused, disturbed. She wasn't hiding her reaction now. I've never told anyone about that dream, she whispered. He smiled again, wider this time. You told me everything, you just don't remember. The bartender passed by and I caught his eye, giving him a subtle nod. An old signal from my days working security here years ago. He recognized it immediately and drifted to the other end of the bar where the phone was. I think I should go, Elizabeth said, reaching for her purse. But we've barely started catching up, the man said, his hand moving to rest lightly on her wrist. Not gripping, not yet threatening, but a clear message all the same. Don't you want to know how I know so much about you? I closed my case file, the soft thump drawing his attention momentarily. Our eyes met briefly. In that fraction of a second, I recognized something familiar, the calculated gaze of someone who selected his targets with precision. She said she's leaving, I commented, my voice casual but firm. His expression changed, annoyance flickering across his features before settling back into that practiced pleasantness, just catching up with an old friend. I don't know you, Elizabeth insisted, her voice finding strength, and I'm not your friend. But I know you, he countered. I know you take the 7:15 train every morning. I know which coffee shop you stop at. I know you keep your spare key under the blue flower pot on your balcony, not very secure, by the way. The door to the bar opened, and I noticed the familiar silhouette of Officer Ramirez stepping in, responding to the bartender's call. The man noticed too, his posture changing subtly as he registered the police presence. Perhaps another time then, he said smoothly, standing and leaving a crisp $20 bill on the counter. He leaned in close to Elizabeth, whispering something I couldn't hear, then walked unhurriedly toward the exit, nodding politely to Ramirez as he passed. I moved to the stool beside Elizabeth, showing her my retired detective's badge. Are you all right? Her hands were shaking now, no longer trying to hide her distress. He knows where I live, she whispered. All those things he mentioned, they're all true, but I've never seen him before in my life. Over the next hour, as Ramirez took her statement and I provided what little I had observed, a disturbing picture began to emerge. Elizabeth Hart wasn't the first woman to report such an encounter. 3 others in the past 2 months had described nearly identical situations, a stranger approaching them, knowing intimate details of their lives, making them feel exposed and vulnerable. None of the previous encounters had escalated beyond the unsettling conversations, but each woman reported the same parting whisper, I'll see you again soon. The case landed on my desk the next morning, despite my retired status. Captain Morris knew I couldn't resist an unusual case, especially one I'd stumbled into personally. The file was thin, 4 victims, no physical evidence, just the lingering discomfort of violated privacy. Elizabeth agreed to meet me at the station that afternoon. In the harsh, fluorescent light of the interview room, she looked more composed but still shaken. "I keep trying to figure out how he could know those things," she said, wrapping her hands around a paper cup of station coffee. "The information about my house, my job, that could be found with some stalking. But the dream, I've never told anyone about that recurring nightmare." I nodded, letting the silence stretch comfortably between us, giving her space to think, to remember. "There's only one place I've ever recorded that," she said finally, her eyes widening with realization. "My journal app. I've been using it for years. It's supposed to be private, secured with my fingerprint." Digital privacy, the modern illusion. We checked her phone for malware, for any signs of hacking. Nothing obvious appeared, but tech crimes wasn't my specialty. We sent it to the department experts. 3 days later, we had our first solid lead. All 4 women used the same journaling app, Mindspace, advertised as a secure, private space for personal thoughts and reflections. The company behind it was small, just 15 employees. One of them matched the general description of our mystery man. Daniel Farris, head of data security. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The search warrant for his apartment revealed what we'd suspected, but hoped wasn't true: extensive files on dozens of women, all users of the app. Their personal thoughts, fears, dreams, and secrets harvested from what they believed was a private digital sanctuary. And more disturbing, detailed schedules of their movements, photographs taken from a distance, notes on their vulnerabilities. But Daniel Farris was nowhere to be found. His apartment looked recently vacated, clothes missing, toiletries gone. 2 weeks into the investigation, Elizabeth called me at 3 in the morning, her voice a whisper. "Someone's outside my apartment," she said. "I can see a shadow on the balcony." By the time police arrived, there was no one there. Just a small envelope tucked under the blue flower pot where she kept her spare key. Inside was a single sheet of paper with one typed line: "Some secrets should remain unwritten." We never found Daniel Farris. The company behind Mindspace issued apologies, claimed they had no knowledge of his activities, and eventually shut down amid lawsuits and criminal investigations. Elizabeth and the other known victims were placed under protection, then gradually returned to their normal lives as weeks passed without incident. The case remains technically open, but leads grew cold. Sometimes I wonder how many other women shared their deepest thoughts with that app, how many might have encountered him in bars, coffee shops, or train stations, a stranger who knew them intimately, who had read the private corners of their minds. I think about Elizabeth often. Last I heard, she'd moved to another city, changed her name. She doesn't use digital journals anymore, doesn't use much technology at all if she can help it. As for me, I keep my thoughts on paper now. Old-fashioned, perhaps, but there's something reassuring about words you can burn to ash if needed. Something comforting about secrets that can truly disappear. But sometimes, sitting in that same bar where it all began, I find myself watching the door, wondering if he'll return. Wondering how many secrets he still carries in his head, how many lives he's quietly observing from the shadows. And I wonder, too, about the whispered words he left with each woman before disappearing. Words Elizabeth finally shared with me months later, when the case had gone cold and her guard had started to lower. "Next time," he had whispered, "I'll tell you my secrets, too." Story 8. I still remember the weight of my camera that night, the way the cool metal settled into my palms as I stepped onto my back porch. It was just after midnight, and the full moon hung impossibly large in the October sky, casting my garden in shades of silver and shadow, the kind of night that feels both familiar and strange at once. I had always found a peculiar comfort in photographing my yard after dark, the transformation of ordinary spaces when bathed in moonlight. That particular evening, the air held a stillness that made every small sound distinct. The soft click of my camera's shutter, the distant hum of the highway beyond the tree line, the gentle rustling of leaves in an almost imperceptible breeze. I took several shots, adjusting the exposure to capture the way moonlight spilled across my garden bench and the old oak tree that had stood sentinel at the property line since before I was born. Nothing unusual, nothing that suggested anything was amiss. The ordinary ritual of documenting beauty in darkness before retreating to the warmth of my home. The next morning carried the comfortable rhythms of any Sunday. Coffee brewing, sunlight streaming through kitchen windows, the newspaper spread across the breakfast table. I remembered the photographs and reached for my camera, curious to see if I'd captured the ethereal quality of the moonlight as I'd hoped. I scrolled through the images, admiring the play of light and shadow, until I reached the final photograph of the series. My finger froze above the display screen. Something wasn't right. The composition was as I remembered: my wooden garden bench, the old oak tree, the stone path leading to the back fence. But there, just at the edge of the frame where the yard meets the tree line, stood a figure. A man, partially obscured by shadow, but undeniably present, watching. I felt a slow chill creep along my spine as I stared at the image. I hadn't seen anyone when taking the photograph. I would have noticed, wouldn't I? The yard had been empty, silent, mine alone. I zoomed in on the figure. The resolution blurred slightly, but I could make out the outline of broad shoulders, the suggestion of a face turned toward my house, toward me, standing perfectly still, as if he had been waiting for my camera to find him. "This isn't possible," I whispered to the empty kitchen. The rational part of my mind searched for explanations, a shadow playing tricks, a trick of the light, perhaps a neighbor walking their dog along the tree line. But even as I considered these possibilities, I knew they didn't align with what I was seeing. I set the camera down and walked to the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. Sunlight washed over the lawn, revealing nothing unusual. No footprints in the dewy grass, no indication that anyone had been there at all. Later that afternoon, while organizing files on my computer, I transferred the photographs from my camera. I needed to examine them more carefully to reassure myself that there was a logical explanation. As I opened the final image again on my larger monitor, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was clearer now, and different. He hadn't moved. In the original viewing on my camera, he had been standing at the edge of the tree line. Now he appeared to be several steps closer to my house. His posture remained the same, facing forward, watching, but he had unmistakably advanced toward the center of the frame. I checked and rechecked the file data. It was the same photograph, the same digital signature, the same timestamp. And yet the content had altered without explanation. Against my better judgment, I printed the image. I needed something tangible, something I could hold and study that wouldn't mysteriously change. The printer hummed methodically, and I pinned the printed photograph to my bulletin board, making a small mark with a pen to indicate where the figure currently stood. Detective Marcus Reynolds arrived the next morning. He carried himself with the deliberate calm of someone who had seen too much to be easily rattled, yet something in his eyes suggested genuine concern as I explained the situation. He examined the printed photograph, taking notes in a small, leather-bound notebook that looked worn from years of use. "And you're certain you didn't see anyone when you were taking the pictures?" he asked, his voice measured and even. "Absolutely certain," I replied, hearing the edge of desperation in my own voice. I would have noticed. It was completely quiet out there. Reynolds nodded slowly, a gesture that neither confirmed belief nor suggested skepticism. "Do you mind if I take this with me?" he asked, gesturing to the photograph. "I'd like our technical team to look at it." I hesitated, then nodded. As he carefully placed the photograph in an evidence envelope, I opened my laptop to show him the digital version. The figure had moved again. Now he stood beside the garden bench, closer still to the house. Close enough that certain features were becoming discernible: dark clothing, medium height, hands relaxed at his sides. The image quality remained frustratingly insufficient to make out facial features. Detective Reynolds leaned forward, his expression hardening slightly. "This is the same file you showed me on your camera." "Yes," I whispered, "it keeps changing. Every time I look at it, he's closer." Over the next 3 days, Detective Reynolds assembled a small team to investigate. They installed security cameras around my property and assigned an officer to patrol the area at night. Technical analysts examined both my camera and computer, but found no evidence of tampering or manipulation. The photograph itself defied explanation. The digital file continued to show the figure advancing closer to my house each time it was viewed, while the printed version remained static, preserving the moment in time when it was produced. On the 4th night, I couldn't sleep. The soft glow of the security monitors in my living room cast blue shadows across the walls as I sat wrapped in a blanket, watching the empty yard. Detective Reynolds had insisted I stay with friends, but I had refused. Something in me needed to understand, to confront whatever was happening. Near dawn, I reached for my camera again. I hadn't looked at the photograph since the previous afternoon, when the figure had advanced to stand directly before my sliding glass door, his silhouette now clearly that of a man of medium build, with what appeared to be a familiar stance. Something about the way he held himself triggered a distant memory I couldn't quite place. I pressed the power button and navigated to the image. The screen illuminated, revealing the final iteration of the photograph. The yard was empty. The bench, the oak tree, the stone path all remained as they had been, but the figure was gone. I scrolled backward and forward through my photos, searching frantically, but found nothing. The man had vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. When Detective Reynolds arrived that morning, his expression was grim. He sat across from me at my kitchen table, his fingers laced together as he delivered the news. "We've identified him," he said quietly. "The description you provided matched a cold case from 15 years ago, a man named Thomas Mercer." The name registered like a distant bell. "The accountant who disappeared?" I asked, vaguely recalling a news story from when I was in college. Reynolds nodded. His case was never solved, but yesterday, following the details from your photograph, we searched an area of woodland about a mile from here. He paused, choosing his words carefully. "We found human remains. Preliminary identification suggests they belong to Mercer." "I don't understand," I said, my voice barely audible. "Why here? Why my photograph?" Reynolds opened his notebook and placed an old newspaper clipping on the table. It showed a property development announcement from 16 years ago, the construction of my neighborhood. Before these houses were built, this was all part of the Westlake Corporate Park. Mercer worked in the building that stood approximately where your house is now. He turned a page in his notebook. According to the case files, he was last seen walking to his car after working late. Security footage showed him leaving the building, but he never arrived at his vehicle. I stared at the clipping, trying to process the connection. But why would he appear in my photograph now, after all this time? "I've been a detective for 23 years, Reynolds said slowly. "Most of what I deal with has logical explanations, evidence, motives, patterns." He closed his notebook with careful precision. "But occasionally I encounter something that defies conventional explanation. Sometimes I think the truth simply needs to be witnessed." The case officially remains open, classified as an active investigation. Mercer's remains were positively identified through dental records, and forensic analysis confirmed he had been buried in the woodland for approximately 15 years. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the skull. I still live in the same house. I still photograph my garden in the moonlight. The original digital file of that night's image now shows only what I initially saw, an empty yard bathed in silver light. Detective Reynolds keeps the printed version in the case file, the marking pen still indicating where the figure once stood. Sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I find myself wondering if Mercer chose me specifically, a photographer with an eye for details, someone who would notice his presence, someone who would help find him after all these years. Or perhaps it was simply that my camera captured something that existed between worlds, a moment of intersection between what was and what is. I don't know if it was justice he wanted or merely to be found, but I do know that sometimes when I look out at my garden at night, I feel a presence that doesn't frighten me anymore, the sense of something finally at rest. Story 9, I still remember the weight of the manila folder in my hands. Paper has a certain gravity to it when it contains the fragments of someone's final moments. 17 years as a detective, and I never got used to that feeling. The way evidence feels heavier than it should. The street corner at Maple and Fifth had always been Marcus's spot. Locals knew him as the homeless man who talked to himself, a fixture in our neighborhood like the old oak tree or the chipped fire hydrant. His long gray beard moved with his whispers, eyes always darting across invisible plains that only he could see. Most people gave him a wide berth, maybe tossed him some change when conscience nudged them. I was no different. Until that night in November, when the streetlights cast long shadows across damp pavement. The rain had been falling steadily all day, a soft percussion against window panes and rooftops. I was walking home from a late shift, collar turned up against the chill, when I heard Marcus's voice, not in its usual mumble, but raised to a desperate shout. "Stop following her." I turned slowly. Marcus was pointing directly at me, his finger trembling, eyes wide with a terror I'd never seen before. And then, as if speaking to someone standing between us, someone I couldn't see, he whispered words that would echo in my mind for months to come. "It's too late, she's already theirs." Sleep evaded me that night. His words played on repeat as I stared at my bedroom ceiling, watching headlights from passing cars sweep across the walls. The next morning, I decided to speak with him. Marcus wasn't at his corner, nor the day after. By the third day of his absence, something cold and insistent settled in my stomach. The call came in on the morning of the fourth day. Construction workers breaking ground for a new building 2 blocks from Marcus's corner had discovered something buried in shallow soil, something wrapped carefully in plastic sheeting. I remember the dampness in the air as I ducked under the yellow tape. The site foreman's face was ashen as he led me to where the earth had been opened. My partner, Richards, was already taking photographs, the flash illuminating the scene in harsh bursts. "Female victim," he said quietly, "been here a while." But it wasn't just one body. As forensics carefully removed layers of dirt, we found another and then another. 3 women buried in a neat row like terrible seeds. The preliminary examination suggested they'd been there for varying periods, one perhaps as long as 2 years, the most recent possibly only months. We found nothing linking the victims at first, different ages, backgrounds, occupations. The only connection was their disappearance dates. All had vanished during rainy evenings in November, exactly 1 year apart. And Marcus was still missing. The investigation unfolded with the slow deliberation of water dripping from a faucet, each detail carefully collected, each witness statement meticulously recorded. The weight of that manila folder grew. On the 8th day, a patrol officer found Marcus's shopping cart abandoned near the river. His few possessions were neatly arranged. A worn blanket folded carefully, 3 paperback novels with dog-eared pages, a plastic bag containing a toothbrush and razor. No sign of struggle, no blood, just absence. The autopsy reports came back. All 3 women had died from asphyxiation. Soil samples embedded under their fingernails suggested they had been buried alive, clawing at the earth until oxygen ran out. The thought made my chest tighten with phantom pressure. 2 weeks into the investigation, I returned to Marcus's corner late one evening. The rain had returned, softly blurring the edges of the world. I stood there, hands in my pockets, trying to see what he might have seen from this vantage point. The sound of footsteps behind me was almost lost in the gentle patter of raindrops. He tried to warn them, you know. I turned to find an elderly woman holding an umbrella, her eyes fixed on the empty corner where Marcus used to sit. "I'm sorry." Marcus, he saw things others couldn't, said there were people made of shadows that walked alongside the regular folk, said they were always looking for new vessels. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the rain. Did he ever mention specific people, perhaps women who might have walked by here? She nodded slowly. He would sometimes get agitated when certain people passed, would tell them not to go home alone, said the shadows were following them. I asked her for descriptions. She remembered 3 instances clearly. Her descriptions matched our victims. The investigation took a turn. We looked into local history, finding references to disappearances dating back decades, always in November, always during rainfall, always without resolution. I became obsessed with Marcus's whereabouts. If he had indeed witnessed something, or someone following these women, he might be the key to the entire case, or he might be another victim, or something else entirely. 3 more days passed before a riverside patrol discovered a body caught in branches along the water's edge. The face was unrecognizable after days in the water, but the clothing matched what Marcus had been wearing when last seen. The autopsy revealed something unexpected. The cause of death wasn't drowning. His lungs contained no water. Instead, they were filled with soil, the same composition as the soil that had suffocated our 3 female victims. As I sat at my desk reviewing case files late into the night, the overhead light flickered, casting momentary shadows across my workspace. I found myself thinking about Marcus's warnings, about shadows that followed people home. The evidence suggested a serial killer with a ritualistic method, burying victims alive during November rainfall. But something about this explanation felt incomplete, like a puzzle missing its centerpieces. We never found the killer. November ended, and with it, the rainfall. The case remained open, the folder growing dusty on my desk. The media eventually lost interest. Life in the neighborhood resumed its rhythm, though people now avoided that corner entirely. 1 year later, as November rain returned to our city, I found myself walking past Marcus's old corner. Out of habit, my eyes drifted to the empty space where he once sat. But it wasn't empty anymore. A young man stood there, beard just beginning to grow, eyes darting across invisible plains. His lips moved in constant whispers. As I passed, our eyes met briefly, and he fell silent. Then, with terrible clarity, he pointed at a woman across the street and shouted, "Stop following her." I turned to look at the woman, then back at him, but he wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at the empty space beside the woman, whispering urgently to something or someone I couldn't see. "It's too late," he said. "She's already theirs." I felt the weight of the badge in my pocket, the responsibility of knowledge, the chill of uncertainty. As I approached the woman to offer her a ride home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was walking alongside us both, something made of shadows, something patient and hungry and older than the rain itself. Some cases are never truly closed. They just wait in the darkness, collecting new names, new faces, new vessels. And sometimes the only witnesses are those who speak to shadows. Story 10, the quaint costume emporium, was on the brink of closure, its shelves stripped bare as it purged itself of relics from days long past. Amidst the remnants of forgotten disguises, a woman's fingers brushed against a mask, a creation of intricate beauty with a disconcertingly lifelike presence. Startled by its allure, she hesitated as she placed it upon the worn wooden counter. The cashier's voice wavered faintly as he muttered, "That's not one of ours." Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask, only to find it devoid of any identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home. As the night veiled the world in darkness, a soft sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper almost imperceptible of fabric shifting. Her eyes flickered open to find the mask absent from its original resting place on the dresser. Instead, it perched ominously upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her in the silent shadows of her bedroom. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered by a concerned neighbor. The front door stood slightly ajar, allowing the pale light of dawn to spill tentatively into the otherwise dim abode. Expecting a simple book return, the neighbor stumbled upon a scene that would echo through the corridors of time. Catherine lay still upon the bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic click of camera shutters punctuated the hushed murmurs that lingered in the air. "No signs of forced entry," observed an officer, scribbling in his notepad. The detective's keen eyes wandered, absorbing the subtle nuances that eluded casual observers. A solitary drawer left ajar, a half-empty water glass adorned with traces of lipstick on the nightstand. Everything appeared mundane, save for the lifeless form of the woman who would never awaken. The somber-faced medical examiner knelt beside Catherine's body, his findings shrouded in uncertainty. Cause of death remains elusive upon initial assessment. No outward signs of injury, no evidence of a struggle. Gesturing towards her visage, he remarked, "Observe the expression fear etched into her very being." The detective knelt beside him, her voice a mere whisper. Something terrified her to the core. Catherine, a quiet soul immersed in the world of art appraisal, was described by colleagues as meticulous, with an unwavering dedication to authenticity. She could discern a counterfeit with a mere glance, her employer recounted during interrogation. The detective pondered if this keen eye had unwittingly sealed her tragic fate. Security footage from the forsaken costume shop unveiled a peculiar occurrence. The cashier appeared genuinely bewildered by the mysterious mask, prompting a consultation with the shop's owner, who adamantly disavowed any knowledge of its origins. Although the audio was indistinct, lip readers later confirmed his cryptic statement, "We never stocked anything of this nature." Upon visiting the now barren shop, the owner nervously confessed, "The mask materialized during our clearance sale. Its provenance remains a mystery. It was never part of our inventory." Under duress, he disclosed, "Such anomalies arose sporadically following acquisitions from the estate sale of a collector who perished under enigmatic circumstances." A breakthrough materialized when forensics unearthed minuscule fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She clutched onto something, elucidated the lab technician. "These fibers are atypical, not of contemporary synthetic origin. They consist of a blend of human hair and an enigmatic organic substance unidentifiable in any database." The investigation unraveled a tapestry of comparable fatalities spanning decades. Each victim had acquired a peculiar mask shortly before meeting their demise, their countenances frozen in sheer terror. Each enigma lingered unsolved, a testament to the enigmatic forces at play. A retired detective, privy to one such enigma, agreed to a clandestine rendezvous. Within the dimly lit confines, he pushed a weathered file across the table, his hands trembling imperceptibly. Inscribed within each mask, concealed beneath the lining, were ancient symbols, he revealed. A scholar postulated their connection to a ritual entailing the transference of souls. A serendipitous revelation emerged from an unexpected source. Concealed behind a loose baseboard in Catherine's dwelling was a journal. Her final entry chronicled an escalating sense of unease, a pervasive feeling of being surveilled within her own abode. Delving into the mask's origins following the cashier's peculiar reaction, she drew parallels to a series of puzzling fatalities. "The mask stirs," her frantic script conveyed. "It watches me in the night." I uncovered markings within its symbols mirroring those from unsolved cases. The collector of these masks met a similar fate. Each mask claims a life heir migrating onwards. The entity yearns for a new vessel when the mask chances upon one cognizant of its true nature. The detective methodically pieced together the puzzle. The enigmatic fibers, Catherine's investigative pursuits, the recurring pattern of fatalities. The medical examiner eventually ascertained the cause of death, cardiac arrest induced by sheer dread. What specter could evoke terror so profound it halted a beating heart? The perplexing case assumed an even darker hue when surveillance footage from a neighboring residence unveiled an oversight. A figure emerged from Catherine's domicile under the shroud of night, donning what appeared to be the mask, moving with her distinctive gait yet subtly askew, as if an alien force puppeteered her motions like a macabre marionette. An alert was issued for the missing mask, yet it eluded capture, resurfacing 6 months later in a vintage boutique across the nation. By the time authorities arrived, it had exchanged hands, its new possessor undocumented. The enigma lingers unresolved, a chilling enigma sequestered within the annals of obscurity. The detective safeguards Catherine's journal within her desk, a poignant memento of a verity too arcane for official channels. In the stillness of night, she startles awake, ensnared by an intangible gaze. Securing her abode, she endeavors to banish thoughts of the mask that may one day seek out another cognizant soul, a receptacle awaiting occupancy, perpetuating a cycle that originated eons past and endures into perpetuity. The mask bides its time, awaiting rediscovery. And when that moment arrives, another soul shall awaken to the quiet stir of nocturnal movements, only to find the mask drawing near as they dream, its vacant eye sockets fixated upon them, hungering for the essence that resides behind their eyes. Story 11, the worn envelope with its aged edges and fresh stamp, held a secret unveiled by the detective's careful hands. The paper within bore a message in a hurried, uneven font. "I am sorry for what I did." A dampness clung to the sheet, carrying a faint scent of iron. Upon closer inspection, a reddish smear along the bottom edge revealed itself, not the ink of the typing, but something more sinister. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, its reddish stain confirmed to be human blood, a chilling match to a long unsolved homicide case involving a young journalist named Rebecca Warren. Rebecca had been found in her apartment, a victim of multiple stab wounds, her investigative notes scattered. The arrival of this mysterious letter, addressed simply to Homicide Division, breathed new life into the cold case that had haunted the department for years. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a careful sender, one who had worn gloves. The postmark, however, provided a glimmer of hope, a tangible light after months of dead ends. Gathered in the briefing room, Detective Morgan presented the letter to her team, the image taking center stage on the board adorned with fruitless suspect profiles and timelines. "This changes everything," she announced. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her longtime partner in the investigation, raised a counterpoint. "Or perhaps it's a facade, a theatrical ploy to toy with us," he suggested. The unique typewriter impression patterns led the forensics team to an antiquated model out of production for decades, a rare but not unattainable find. They scoured antique shops and collectors for a match. Delving deeper into Rebecca's life, they uncovered her dedication to uncovering corruption, particularly in a wealthy family embroiled in a tumultuous inheritance dispute. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a grieving figure with a solid alibi, now exhibited subtle signs of unease upon the letter's arrival, hinting at hidden truths. In a twist of fate, a second letter arrived, mirroring the first in typewritten confession and blood-stained remorse. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where suspicions fell on the eldest son, Richard, and his collection of vintage typewriters. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers from the envelopes matched custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Richard's hidden room unveiled a trove of incriminating evidence, tying him to the murder of Rebecca. The unexpected link between Richard and Michael, revealed through financial transactions and a chilling recording, painted a damning portrait of their collusion in silencing Rebecca permanently. As the trial unfolded, Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled beneath overwhelming evidence, leading to a swift guilty verdict. The closure brought to Rebecca's grieving parents by the conviction served as a stark reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes carry traces of guilt that can unravel the most cunning of killers. The blood-stained letters, now archived as evidence, stand as a testament to the weight of remorse, a silent witness to the unraveling of a perfect crime and a poignant lesson in the art of detection, an old typewriter holding the key to unlocking the darkest secrets of the human heart. Story 12. In the dimly lit apartment, age whispered through the walls. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a familiar lullaby of the night, or so she thought, until it happened. A voice, distant yet clear, drifted through the vents like a ghostly caress. Not the usual hum of neighbors chatting on the phone. This was different. It was a whisper calling her name into the shadows. She leaned closer, heart drumming in her chest. A chill breeze brushed her cheek, and then, almost teasingly, the voice spoke. "I know you're listening." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in silence at the heart of the empty apartment, her eyes fixed on the rusted vent cover pried open from the wall. Around her, the forensic team moved with precision, capturing the scene in flashes of light. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace for 7 long days until a peculiar odor caught the building manager's attention. What they unearthed within the ventilation system defied logic. She claimed to hear voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. But the building management dismissed her claims, blaming the old heating system's peculiar noises. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches surrounding it. "These marks weren't made by tools," she whispered. The metal bore desperate gouges, as if someone's fingernails had frantically clawed at the cover from the inside. Alina had been a beloved figure, a teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, both in her classroom and in the plants that flourished on her windowsill. Her absence was felt keenly by her students, who had crafted cards in her honor. Her sister, the one who reported her missing, revealed troubling details during the interview. In the weeks leading to her disappearance, Alina grew paranoid, her voice quivered. She was convinced someone was watching her, speaking through the vents. "I thought it was just work stress." Surveying the apartment anew, Shaw noticed the meticulous bed, the abandoned coffee mug, and a chair positioned beneath the vent as if awaiting a visitor. The forensic report uncovered baffling clues, fibers matching Alina's cardigan in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the vent cover's interior, and haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, rain tapping a melancholic melody, Shaw listened to the recordings. Alina's voice, timid and afraid, echoed, "If you're real, say something." 20 seconds of silence stretched before a faint whisper replied, "Alina, dear Alina, let me in." Delving into the building's history, Shaw uncovered unsettling accounts. Past tenants of apartment 4B had abruptly left, citing strange disturbances. One even suffered hallucinations of voices emanating from the vents due to carbon monoxide exposure. The building's superintendent, Harold Weber, had been a fixture for 15 years. Officially, nothing raised suspicion, yet he held keys to every unit. Questioning Weber, Shaw noticed a shift in his demeanor when apartment 4B was mentioned. His gaze flickered, tension rippling beneath his composed facade. "I don't keep tabs on everyone who comes and goes," he deflected, gaze fixed elsewhere. The investigation took a chilling turn when a concealed access panel was discovered in Alina's bathroom, leading to a clandestine passage within the walls. Inside, remnants of a hidden life emerged: a flashlight, food wrappers, evidence of a shadowy presence watching, waiting, whispering. A search of Weber's pristine apartment unveiled a trove of unsettling secrets. Organized folders contained recordings and voyeuristic images of tenants, including Alina. A digital diary chronicled his twisted obsession, predicting Alina's surrender to the walls. The most damning evidence surfaced in a storage unit linked to Weber, housing mementos from prior occupants like macabre souvenirs. Arrested quietly in the dead of night, Weber greeted his capture with eerie tranquility, proclaiming, "They all hear me eventually. The building speaks through me." A coroner's report painted a harrowing picture. Alina had been lured into the vents, drugged, and left to navigate the labyrinthine ducts until her breath faltered. Former tenants' families shared similar tales of paranoia, of whispers that bled into reality, all orchestrated by the hidden predator within the walls. At trial, Weber maintained an unsettling calmness, his defense citing delusions of unity with the building. Prosecution countered with meticulous evidence of his predatory schemes. After a swift deliberation, the jury rendered their verdict guilty on all charges. As Weber was escorted away, a chilling smile etched on his lips, he turned to Shaw. "They will always hear me," he murmured. "The whispers never fade, the building remembers." The once bustling apartment complex now stands empty, a haunting echo of its former self. Despite renovations and new ownership, tenants report strange murmurs in the vents, whispers in the walls as the old systems groan and pipes rattle. It's dismissed as mere echoes of the past, a collective denial of the chilling truth that lurks within the walls. Story 13: The Mysterious Victorian House. She crossed the threshold into the abandoned Victorian, a hush falling over the dusty air. The house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. Each step she took felt like a dance with the past, a journey through a moment suspended in eternity except for one peculiar detail. The doors, no matter which one she opened, each led her back to the same room like a twisted game of fate. The parlor became her maze, her only companion the echoes of her footsteps. And when she turned to retreat, the front door had vanished into thin air, leaving her trapped in a labyrinth of her own making. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the once forgotten Victorian into a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, a silent observer to the ghostly dance of forensic technicians moving through the dim interior. The house had garnered a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun wildly, where whispers of unseen eyes lingered in the shadows. Now it held secrets darker than any urban legend could weave. The initial examination suggests she passed approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation seems to be the cause of her demise. Morgan sat in the parlor, serene in her final repose, hands folded neatly in her lap as if awaiting a long-lost guest. No signs of struggle marred the tranquil scene, sending a shiver down the spines of seasoned investigators. Lynn's inquiry turned to the one who discovered the haunting tableau. "Who stumbled upon her?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on her partner. "A real estate agent showing the property," came the response. "They mistook her for a trespasser until they drew near." The Victorian had remained untouched since the passing of its previous owner, Alina Blackwood, leaving it a forgotten relic of bygone days. Legal disputes had rendered it unwanted, unsold, a realm only visited by vandals and the curious seekers of thrill. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of 26, had delved into the mysteries of architectural anomalies for her academic pursuit. Known for her meticulous nature and unyielding curiosity, she had been drawn to the Victorian with its whispers of enigmatic spaces. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind mused, scanning through her notes. Morgan spoke of visiting the House of Lost Souls for her studies. As the investigation unfolded, a tale of repeated visits to the enigmatic house emerged from Morgan's journal entries. She chronicled strange phenomena, audio distortions, chilling drafts, and doors that led to ever-changing chambers. In her final musings, she spoke of capturing the elusive anomalies with specialized equipment that had vanished without a trace. The autopsy unearthed an unexpected twist, a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance linked to shamanic rituals known to induce disorientation and vivid visions, yet not in fatal doses. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her partner defended. Morgan held her methods to the highest standard. This was no accident. Deleted messages recovered from Morgan's phone hinted at a mysterious connection, a kindred spirit who shared her fascination with the Victorian. Cryptic dialogues painted a tapestry of intimacy and enigma. "The house holds memories," one message whispered. "It seeks understanding." The trail led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural lore who had exchanged words with Morgan. Their bond transcended the professional, delving into realms of personal intrigue. Reeves spoke of the Victorians' hidden depths, of a design meant to confound and beguile. Yet his alibi placed him miles away at a university symposium when Morgan met her fate. A revelation from Alina Blackwood's distant grandson shed light on a dark family secret, a legacy of deaths within the Victorian, all found in the parlor, all bearing the mark of peaceful repose. The claiming, he called it, a curse that spanned generations, hidden beneath layers of denial. A hidden chamber behind the parlor hearth unveiled a trove of ancient artifacts, a shrine to liminal spaces and the deity that guarded them. The alkaloid residue on the relics echoed the substance in Morgan's veins, binding her fate to the house's enigmatic past. As dust patterns whispered of unseen voyagers, Lynn's team uncovered foreign fingerprints, a ghostly presence in the house's dance of shadows. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in the realm of the departed, his expression mirroring hers, his body a vessel for the same potent alkaloid. Clutched in his grasp, a key emerged, a key that unlocked the mysteries of the hidden compartment, a key that bound him to a fate older than time. His final missive, a testament to truth preserved, spoke of perceptions warped and truths unveiled, of doors that led in circles until one grasped the elusive key to freedom. The case remained a riddle unsolved, a tale of suspicious demises cloaked in shadows. The Victorian stood condemned, its secrets buried beneath layers of official scrutiny. Yet whispers persisted of lights flickering within its haunted halls, of souls lost to the house's siren call. Some claim the house devoured those who dared to comprehend its mysteries too deeply, while others spoke of ancient powers lurking in the interstices of reality. The truth lay veiled, an enigma as confounding as the house itself, where every door led back to the beginning, trapping souls in an eternal dance of shadows and light. Story 14, The Enigmatic Doppelganger. She cleared the mist from the mirror, her gaze fixed on her reflection. Everything appeared normal at first glance, her face, her attire unchanged. Yet a disquieting sensation crept over her the longer she peered, a flicker in her peripheral vision, a motion not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. Rebecca Thorne's puzzling journey commenced in her bathroom with that unsettling encounter. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Residing solo in a modest abode in a tranquil suburban enclave, Rebecca was known as methodical and reserved, maintaining a polite distance from her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized corporation shaped her life with routine and precision. Nothing about her hinted at her future role in one of the decade's most perplexing criminal enigmas. The initial signs seemed trivial. Rebecca noticed minor displacements of objects in her dwelling, nothing missing, merely rearranged. a mug on a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She brushed off these odd occurrences as absent-minded slips, attributing them to her prolonged hours staring at screens under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw entered the picture when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially, the assessment leaned towards mental health concerns rather than criminal activity. Shaw recorded the complaint but placed it among the stack of low-priority cases. No concrete evidence, Shaw later recalled. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman sensing a disturbance in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the bathroom mirror incident. During her subsequent contact with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection seemed to move independently, instilling a sense of being watched even in solitude. This time she had proof, footage from a security camera she had installed aimed at her front door. The recording unveiled a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. The grainy video captured Rebecca leaving for work, followed by an identical figure using a key to enter her residence 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of manipulation or tampering, but found none. The intruder moved, dressed, and carried the same distinctive bag as Rebecca. Yet, according to timestamp data from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already checked in at the office across town. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with eerie accuracy." The investigation deepened. Fingerprints within the dwelling matched only Rebecca's, with no foreign DNA traces discovered. Neighbors reported no unusual sightings, just Rebecca's routine comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening to no response, an anomaly but not a cause for alarm. Rebecca initiated a journal to document the anomalies proliferating in her home. Minor alterations escalated, vanishing food from the fridge, unauthorized searches on her computer, and unsettling discoveries of unfamiliar selfies on her phone, capturing her likeness with eerie precision, yet with a subtle wrongness in her expression. "I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third interaction. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." Breakthrough dawned when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only materialized during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, prearranged activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random, it's a targeted surveillance and infiltration operation." A forensic psychologist posited a fixation hypothesis, a person fixated on becoming Rebecca, mirroring her existence, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such obsessions, though rare, were catalogued in psychological literature. The individual typically suffered a mental rupture, fixating on a target embodying qualities they yearned for: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus of the inquiry shifted when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Following her termination, she bombarded Rebecca with unsettling emails claiming a shared identity. "We could be one and the same," one message stated. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to search Lily's domicile. The discoveries within transformed the case from disturbing to chilling. A room in Lily's abode had been fashioned into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with countless images of Rebecca captured in various settings: shopping, socializing, unbeknownst to her. a wardrobe identical to Rebecca's, cosmetics mirroring her preferred brands, and meticulous notes on her habits embellished the room. Most incriminating were the practice videos Lily emulating Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions with a progression from clumsy mimicry to near-perfect replication. "She aimed to assume my identity," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence, "not merely imitating, but erasing me." Forensic technicians unveiled a cache of equipment for replicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, complete with a calendar projecting her schedule in detail. Lily's ultimate objective remained enigmatic. Journals recovered from her residence contained erratic entries shifting between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as both me and her in the same passage. The final chilling entry read, "Soon one of us will prevail. The stronger entity shall endure." When law enforcement moved to apprehend Lily, she had absconded. Signs of a hasty departure littered her domicile drawers agape, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to a secure site under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every locale linked to her former life. Lily never materialized. The case took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's prior workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite her absence on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed the event. An individual identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the premises, proceeded to her former workstation, and sifted through her files for 40 minutes before departing. Yet Rebecca, safeguarded in a secluded safe house, couldn't have been present at the office. The unsettling truth emerged: Lily hadn't fled, she had executed her plan. Living as Rebecca, she had usurped her life while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains open to this day. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne forsook her former existence, forging a new identity in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 women uncannily resembling each other. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. On occasion, she scrutinizes their features, seeking the disparities, the nuances that set them apart. The most chilling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not the resemblance or mimicry. It's the fervent desire to become someone else to the extent of erasing oneself in the process. Identity isn't merely what we exhibit, it's what we safeguard fervently. Sometimes its worth becomes apparent only when threatened by another. Story 15. The calf had been his sanctuary for years, his haven of familiarity in a chaotic world. Every day he would sit at the same table, order the same black coffee, and embrace the comforting silence that enveloped him like a warm blanket. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he didn't show up. Concerned, the police checked his usual spot and discovered a wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, yet the space where his identity should have been was hauntingly blank. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma of the man known only as John Doe. She watched the security footage intently, searching for clues in the shadows of the calf. John appeared ordinary on camera, unassuming, blending into the background with ease. His sudden disappearance puzzled Mercer, sending shivers down her spine. As she replayed the footage, John's routine unfolded before her eyes. He entered the calf during the bustling morning hours, ordered his black coffee, and settled at his corner table, hidden by foliage. Deep in thought, he scribbled in a notebook, occasionally gazing out the window. But then, in a blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air after heading towards the restroom, leaving behind only questions and an empty chair. The mystery deepened as Mercer probed further. The bathroom cameras revealed no trace of John entering or exiting. His personal belongings told a cryptic tale, blank spaces where information should have been, credit cards with no ties to reality, and a business card with a silent phone line. The barista's recollections painted a picture of a solitary figure, always alone, always lost in his writings. His notebook, filled with cryptic symbols and enigmatic sketches, baffled even the most seasoned code breakers. Mercer's pursuit led her to a peculiar observation, the flicker of the time stamp whenever John entered the cafe, a subtle anomaly that hinted at something beyond rational explanation. A mirror, ancient and ornate, caught Mercer's attention. Its symbols mirrored those in John's notebook, hinting at a connection she couldn't ignore. Behind the mirror, a hidden compartment revealed a trove of identical wallets, each a piece of the enigma that was John Doe. A journal chronicling decades of experiments in temporal manipulation lay within, shedding light on a world where reality blurred. The journal spoke of an experiment reaching its zenith, of a man who dared to traverse boundaries unseen. Mercer's investigation unraveled a tapestry of parallel realities and quantum mirrors where the ordinary intersected with the extraordinary. A chance encounter with a former physicist unveiled the truth. Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the fabric of reality, seeking passage through the mirror's threshold. The cafe, built atop a forgotten laboratory, became a conduit for Weston's transcendent journey. In a moment of revelation, Mercer witnessed the impossible, a reflection of John Doe watching himself, two versions of the same man coexisting in a realm beyond comprehension. The shattered mirror bore witness to the experiment's conclusion, leaving behind a cryptic warning that echoed through the void. The tale of the man who slipped through the cracks of existence remains a mystery, a whispered enigma in the annals of time. The cafe, a sanctuary of secrets, faded into memory, its walls echoing with the ghostly presence of a man lost to the fabric of reality. Mercer, haunted by the echoes of a reality beyond her grasp, found solace in the words of an enigmatic notebook, her own reflection a mirage in the shifting sands of time. Story 16. She always avoided the attic, finding it unsettling, but when a sudden storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture up there. The attic was a forgotten realm, shrouded in dust and cobwebs, where time seemed to have stood still. Amidst the forgotten relics in the darkest corner stood an old dollhouse. Its intricate details sent shivers down her spine. The miniature furniture within was meticulously arranged, each piece a replica of reality. Yet as she peered closer, a wave of unease washed over her. The figures inside were not mere dolls, they were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Every detail painstakingly recreated, each figure mirroring the exact positions of her family members downstairs. Except for one, the figure meant to represent her, stood by the attic door, watching her with tiny, lifeless eyes. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the miniature version of herself stood. A chill ran down her spine, not from the cold draft that whispered through the attic, but from the realization that something was amiss. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a rental property her family had recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to contact the authorities. Soon, officers arrived at the suburban house to find a family in distress, huddled together in the living room, fearful of what lurked above. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as mere paranoia, attributing it to the stress of adjusting to a new environment. However, the intricate details of the dollhouse figures caught her attention. Each tiny replica captured a unique trait of the family members, down to the smallest detail. The investigation took a dark turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match anyone in the family. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the family's movements revealed a chilling revelation. The miniature figures didn't just mirror their current positions, but also their past actions, indicating a level of observation that bordered on obsession. We were dealing with more than just a stalker, Detective Harmon would later reveal. The level of detail and planning involved was beyond anything we had encountered before. Further exploration of the house led to the discovery of a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living there for an extended period, unbeknownst to the family above. The absence of forced entry puzzled the authorities, as the property had been vacant for quite some time before the Morgans moved in. The breakthrough in the case came through digital forensics, leading investigators to a small apartment across town. Within the walls of the apartment, they uncovered a disturbing truth. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His obsession with the house led him to create a hidden living space, where he monitored the unsuspecting tenants through the miniature dollhouse surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his twisted motivation. "They were living in my house, and I needed to ensure they respected it," he calmly stated. His delusional belief that he owned the property and its occupants drove him to extreme measures of control and surveillance. Wells was charged with multiple offenses, including stalking, invasion of privacy, and illegal surveillance. The case shed light on the importance of real estate disclosure laws and the responsibility of agents to ensure the safety of tenants. The judge, during sentencing, acknowledged the profound violation the Morgan family had endured, emphasizing the breach of their privacy and sense of security. The ordeal left a lasting impact on the Morgan family, prompting them to seek a new beginning in a distant place. However, the trauma lingered as Rebecca found herself haunted by the lingering fear of being watched. She removed all traces of miniatures from their new home, yet the unsettling feeling persisted. "Some days I still feel the eyes upon me, wondering if somewhere out there another dollhouse awaits with a miniature version of me trapped inside," she confessed, a whisper of unease in her voice. The case of Martin Wells remains a chilling reminder of how the line between reality and obsession can blur, leaving unsuspecting victims at the mercy of a disturbed mind. Story 17. The new homeowners perceived it as an oddity the way the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from a bygone era, revamped but left in oblivion. Then one evening the husband pushed the button out of sheer curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, murmured, "I never said that." The Victorian manor nestled amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade contradicting the modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly modest price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage charm linking all rooms, had charmed the historically inclined couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, gravel grinding beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had been about a possible break-in, yet something in the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper tale. The tall silhouette of Daniel Parker welcomed her at the entrance, his pallor visible even in the faint porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he explained, guiding Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Initially just static, then whispers, then complete sentences. My wife thought I was delusional until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat tense on an antique sofa, hands tightly gripping a steaming mug left untouched. "We discovered something hidden behind the wall," she said abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice wavered. Behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, they had unearthed a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately unveiling its fragile pages. The script, elegant yet frenzied, belonged to someone named Alina, the presumed former owner. The entries chronicled her escalating suspicion that her husband Vincent intended to harm her. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel elucidated. After that, silence. The prior owners mentioned they purchased it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Records indicated Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina supposedly departed. No divorce records existed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves organized a team to thoroughly inspect the property. Ground-penetrating radar disclosed anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As investigators broke through the aged concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, showing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A golden wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly solidified. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, his mind comprehended the charges brought against him. When presented with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease talking," Vincent stated, his voice eerily composed. "Always jabbering through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Claimed she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He glanced up, eyes vacant. "I simply craved silence." In his confession, Vincent disclosed how he meticulously crafted the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from different locations, penned in counterfeit handwriting. He had resided in the house for years, treading daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was swift, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to stay after uncovering its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the garden, now revived post the investigation. The intercom system was eradicated during renovations by the subsequent owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one last time before archiving it. As she shut the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. The justice system had at last caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all because Alina had found a way to make her voice heard. The local law enforcement dubbed the case the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would occasionally pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, yet she would slow down, window cracked open slightly, listening for whispers carried by the breeze. Story 18: The Mystery of the Watcher. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the attic, a relic of the past left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among the dust and debris, faded Polaroids rested, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from long ago. Harmless snapshots of birthdays and gatherings, frozen in time. Yet, as she reached the final photograph, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. In that last picture, taken in her own living room, she saw a family that was not hers. They sat on the familiar couch, framed by the same curtains she had chosen, smiles frozen on their faces. but behind them, barely visible in the shadows, stood a figure, a man, watching silently from the hallway. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she studied the mysterious image. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the photograph to quiver. The family in the Polaroid, a woman with golden hair, a man in thick glasses, and two children, remained oblivious to the presence lurking just beyond their sight, a lurking danger that threatened to disrupt their happiness at any moment. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of her house pressing down on her, the once spacious rooms now suffocating in their emptiness. Placing the photograph on her kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture was uncanny. The archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window that welcomed the morning sun. This was her sanctuary, yet these faces were unknown to her. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of past investigations. His sharp eyes missed nothing as he examined the photograph with a methodical gaze. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he turned it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired, his voice a low rumble in the quiet room. Rebecca confessed her lack of knowledge, explaining that the sale had been handled through a realtor and the Nelsons had already relocated out of state. Nodding thoughtfully, Morgan requested to take the photograph, suggesting that his team might be able to uncover the identity of the mysterious family captured in the image. The investigation unfolded discreetly, unraveling a tangled web of past residents. The Nelsons had acquired the house from the Crawfords, who had in turn purchased it from the Mornos. Detective Morgan delved into property records, interviewed former neighbors, and meticulously pieced together a timeline of occupants. A breakthrough came unexpectedly when a former mail carrier identified the family in the photograph as the Sutherlands, a family that had resided in the house for only a year before vanishing without a trace. Mail left unclaimed, belongings abandoned, as if they had never existed at all. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to 15 years prior, revealing subtle clues that hinted at a staged photograph. The unnatural stillness of the subjects, the suspended dust particles in the air, all signs of a carefully orchestrated image. But the enigmatic figure in the hallway remained a haunting mystery. Enhanced imaging unveiled more details about the shadowy watcher, tall, male, cloaked in darkness. His identity obscured, his presence menacing yet eerily familiar. Detective Morgan uncovered a chilling pattern. 5 families had occupied the house over 5 years, each one vanishing after precisely 1 year of residency. As the investigation delved deeper, historical records shed light on the house's dark past. Built by a renowned architect, the construction had been marred by the disappearance of the project manager, succeeded by a man named Samuel Whitfield. A photograph of Whitfield bore a striking resemblance to the figure in the Polaroid, despite reports of his demise in a construction accident. The basement became a focal point, revealing hidden secrets buried beneath layers of concrete. Anomalies detected by ground-penetrating radar led to a grim discovery: the preserved remains of all the missing families, entombed in the earth below. Among their possessions lay a camera, identical to the one that had captured the haunting photograph. Sealed off as a crime scene, the house yielded more chilling revelations. A hidden crawlspace in the attic exposed a makeshift living quarters, complete with a cot, cameras, and a journal filled with disturbing observations of the house's inhabitants. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at a sinister presence. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Under police protection, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, haunted by the knowledge that she had stumbled upon something beyond comprehension. In the dead of night, a call shattered the silence, the sound of breathing on the other end followed by the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera capturing a moment unseen. The investigation remained unresolved, the house standing silent and empty, its secrets veiled in darkness. Samuel Whitfield's fate remained a mystery, his elusive presence lingering in the shadows. While some believed him to be long gone, others feared that he had simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new domain of watchful eyes. And somewhere amid the shadows and silence, new photographs developed capturing unsuspecting families, unknown homes, and unseen watchers. The quest for truth had drawn the attention of forces beyond comprehension, leaving those who sought answers to wonder if they were the next subjects in a macabre collection of memories. Story 19. The tale began innocently enough for the new inhabitants of the Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein. They never anticipated the secrets hidden within its walls, lurking beneath the surface like shadows in the night. The house beckoned to them with its old-world charm, its history whispered through creaking floorboards and peeling wallpaper. One fateful day, a simple water stain in the master bedroom sparked their curiosity. As Sarah peeled back the layers of time, they uncovered a haunting discovery, a name scrawled in ink, repeated obsessively across the wall. Eleanor Winters, a name unfamiliar to them, yet it echoed through the ages, begging to be heard. Intrigued and unnerved, they delved into the mysterious past of their home. Their search led them down a winding path of forgotten memories and lost souls. Eleanor Winters, a missing person from long ago, bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had passed the house into their hands. The more they uncovered, the more tangled the web of deceit became. Margaret's disappearance mirrored Eleanor's in a chilling twist of fate, and as they peeled back the layers of deception, they unearthed a truth more sinister than they could have imagined. The walls themselves whispered of a dark secret, a tale of obsession and fractured identities. Eleanor and Margaret intertwined in a dance of madness and despair, their fates bound together by a single tragic thread. Through twists and turns, the truth unraveled like a threadbare tapestry. Rebecca Eldridge emerged from the shadows, a ghost of the past haunting the present. Her fractured mind held the key to the mystery, her alternate personalities weaving a complex web of lies and deception. As the investigation unfolded, the line between reality and illusion blurred. Eleanor's remains unearthed from the depths of the garden, a grim testament to the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. And Rebecca, in her many guises, stood at the center of it, all a tragic figure consumed by her own demons. For Michael and Sarah, the house they had once called home became a specter of the past, a place where nightmares walked hand in hand with dreams. The walls whispered of secrets long buried, their voices echoing through the corridors of time. And as the moon cast its silvery light upon the old Victorian home, a sense of peace settled over the land. The mystery had been solved, the restless spirits put to rest, and in the stillness of the night the house stood silent, its secrets laid bare for all to see. Story 20. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious tale unfolded. It began with a simple arrival, a plain envelope, devoid of any return address, containing a single brass key, weathered with the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, felt a strange familiarity with the key, though she couldn't place why. As she tried it in every lock of her house, not a single one yielded to its touch. It was a key without a home. Yet when Sarah placed the key on her coffee table, a long silent grandfather clock echoed through the hallway with a solitary, haunting chime, as if acknowledging the presence of the key. This inexplicable event led Sarah to report the strange occurrence to the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel the tranquility of the quiet suburban neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer took the key from Sarah, more to ease her concerns than out of genuine belief in any wrongdoing. But Sarah's unease persisted, a nagging feeling that something was amiss, something sinister lingering beneath the surface. The brass key, unassuming yet disconcerting, found its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition for cases that defied easy explanation. Background checks on Sarah revealed nothing of suspicion, a retired teacher with a clean record, leading a quiet life. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key except for Sarah's, and the envelope offered no clues save for a generic postmark. The key itself, a common Schlage, bore the marks of age and use, hinting at a hidden history. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, running the key's unique pattern through the department's database. What he uncovered tied back to a chilling cold case, a storage unit harboring dark secrets of blood-stained carpets, tools of violence, and images of unidentified women. The key was a link to a past shrouded in mystery and horror, a past that had resurfaced to haunt the present. As the investigation widened its scope, Sarah's world began to crumble around her. She fortified her home, seeking solace in security measures, all the while grappling with the unanswered question, why her? Why this key? The shadows of the past loomed closer as connections were unearthed, leading to a man named Harold Jenkins, a ghost from Sarah's past, now a specter of unspeakable evil. Jenkins, a man of shadows and secrets, had left behind a trail of deception and darkness. His hidden cabin, a chamber of nightmares, revealed a macabre collection of keys, each one a grim testament to lives lost and souls forgotten. The search for Jenkins intensified, a nationwide manhunt fueled by fear and urgency. In the depths of the wilderness, the final act played out, a desperate fugitive cornered, a tower turned fortress, and a nameless dread hanging in the air. Jenkins, the elusive keymaster, chose his own end rather than face justice, leaving behind a legacy of horror and heartbreak. The truth, though chilling, brought closure to the families of the victims, a bittersweet resolution to years of uncertainty and grief. Sarah, forever changed by the brush of darkness that had grazed her life, found herself adrift in a sea of unanswered questions and unspoken fears. As the dust settled and the echoes of the past faded, the silent keys bore witness to the unfathomable, a reminder of the fragility of peace and the hidden depths of human depravity. And in the stillness of the night, they whispered a tale of sorrow and survival, of shadows cast long by the light of day. Story 21: The Realtor's Secret. The listing from the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no hint of its existence. Yet when the family peeled back the worn carpet, a door emerged, concealed beneath the floorboards. With a heavy, rusted handle, it took 3 of them to pry it open. A musty, stagnant air greeted them, laden with the scent of damp earth. Steps descended into darkness. They anticipated a storage space, but what they found was far more unsettling: a solitary chair, a swaying light bulb above, and a row of photographs on the wall. Photographs of them. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban home during the bleak winter months, when darkness shrouded the neighborhood in an eerie stillness. The aging 2-story house, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, exuded a sense of character and history that drew them in. Little did they know the depth of history the house held, and how profoundly it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already working to secure the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she recounted the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with precise movements. Flashes of the camera illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The small basement, akin to a standard bedroom in size, featured concrete walls painted a somber gray. A solitary chair was anchored to the floor at the center, beneath the harsh glare of the bare bulb casting eerie shadows that danced across the room. However, it was the collection of 37 photographs on the wall that held their gaze, each image meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back almost 4 weeks," Connor's partner remarked, studying the timestamps inscribed on the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their rooms." The absence of forced entry, broken windows, or signs of theft only heightened the sense of violation that engulfed the family. Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints, primarily belonging to past owners of the property. The house had changed hands 6 times in the previous decade, each family departing after a brief stay, often selling at reduced prices. None had ever mentioned the enigmatic basement. "We must speak with every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case unveiled unsettling inconsistencies in the property's history as they delved deeper. The breakthrough occurred during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His complexion paled upon glimpsing the photos of the basement. "That room is non-existent," he asserted, hands trembling. "I gutted that place to its core. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath that living room floor but soil and concrete." Extraction of data from a concealed memory card within the light fixture unearthed hundreds more images depictions not solely of the Mercers, but of former families. Children in slumber, parents in conflict, mundane routines, and intimate moments captured by an unseen observer. The case took a darker turn when audio recordings were discovered in a weatherproof box concealed within the basement. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors urged, her tone laced with urgency. "Inspect air vents, light fittings, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." A hidden passage behind the photo wall led to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations on each household that had resided in the dwelling. The journal's contents grew increasingly erratic, with phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" recurring. The final entry ominously declared, "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprints matched those of Edward Kelvin, the house's original builder, who had ostensibly perished during construction, yet with no official record of his passing. The manhunt culminated in Kelvin's discovery curled within a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his emaciated frame attuned to navigating the labyrinthine passages he had fashioned within the walls. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his private theater, subjects to be observed with detached scrutiny. To him, they had become his possessions, willingly signing over their lives when they signed the property papers. Psychological evaluations characterized Kelvin as suffering from profound delusions, viewing himself as a custodian of the residence rather than an intruder. The Mercers, like their predecessors, abandoned their possessions, fleeing with only essentials as a chilling truth unraveled during the trial. The jury's verdict left Kelvin unfazed, already lost within the recesses of his fractured mind, where he could still navigate unseen through the phantom passages of a house that now existed solely in memory. The property met its demise, the earth beneath it disturbed and filled, yet for the families haunted by the revelation, the violation endured. In quiet moments they cast wary glances at air vents, light fixtures, and the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they had ever been truly alone in the dwelling they once believed to be their sanctuary. Story 22. The motel stood there, a relic of a bygone era, its faded sign barely visible in the dusk. Guests came and went, their stays fleeting, as if the place itself wished to be forgotten. The receptionist handed her the key with a knowing glance, a silent warning lingering in the air. "Remember, avoid the last door on the left," his voice barely above a whisper. Intrigue stirred within her, a spark of curiosity that refused to be ignored. That night shadows danced along the dimly lit hallway as she ventured towards that fateful door. The brass handle felt like ice against her palm, a chill creeping up her spine. To the casual observer, the door appeared no different from the others, but as she pressed her ear to its surface, a soft, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side, a haunting presence that sent shivers down her back. Detective Morgan Reed found herself at the scene, the yellow tape a stark contrast against the drab walls. The metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air, a familiar tang that spoke of tragedy. Stepping over the threshold, she was met with a scene both serene and horrifying. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her gaze fixed on eternity, a silent witness to the violence that had taken her. As Reed knelt beside the victim, every detail etched into her memory, the forensic technician's voice cut through the silence. Another one, same as before. The pattern was clear, a chilling signature left by a predator in the night. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the squalor of the room, a stark reminder of the contrast between life and death. Back at the precinct, Reed delved into the case, each clue leading her deeper into a web of deceit. 3 women, all with a connection to this forgotten motel, their lives extinguished in the shadows. The press buzzed with speculation, painting a portrait of a serial killer on the loose. Autopsy results offered little solace, revealing a tale of intimate violence, a personal vendetta that defied logic. Reed's intuition whispered of a deeper truth, a motive buried beneath layers of deception. Days turned into nights as the investigation unfolded, each piece of the puzzle bringing her closer to the heart of darkness. A breakthrough came in the form of a name, Charles Emerson. A man of influence, his polished exterior belied a darkness within. Reed's interrogation unearthed a tangled web of lies, each thread leading back to the motel, to the last door on the left. Emerson's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence, his carefully constructed world unraveling before her eyes. The truth emerged, a tale of obsession and betrayal, of lives destroyed in the pursuit of power and control. The trial was swift, justice served in a sterile courtroom that offered no solace to the families left behind. Emerson's stoic demeanor cracked, revealing a void where empathy should have been. Reed watched as he was led away, his fate sealed by his own hand. The door on the left case faded from the headlines, a footnote in the annals of true crime. But for Reed, the echoes of that night lingered, a reminder that some doors should never be opened, some secrets left undisturbed. In the depths of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to a darkness that had been brought to light. Reed knew that the shadows of the past would always haunt her, a reminder that evil lurked behind even the most innocuous facade. Story 23. In a quaint Victorian house, nestled on a quiet street, a young couple eagerly prepared for the arrival of their first child. The nursery, with its faded blue walls, held a hidden secret waiting to be unveiled. As the expectant mother carefully applied a fresh coat of white paint, she unknowingly set into motion a series of events that would unravel the mysteries of the past. Beneath the layers of paint, a message emerged, cryptic and unsettling. "Don't let it hear you." A shiver ran down her spine as she noticed tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, too high for any child to have reached. It was as if unseen forces were trying to communicate a warning from beyond. The discovery in the nursery marked the beginning of what would become known as the Whispering House case. Detective Sarah Klein, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, arrived at the residence to unravel the enigma shrouding the old Victorian home. The pregnant woman, her eyes weary and hands trembling, recounted the eerie findings to Detective Klein. The detective listened intently as she learned about the abrupt departure of the previous owners, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a house tainted with a dark history. Walking through the creaking corridors of the historic home, Detective Klein felt a chill in the air as she examined the message and handprints in the nursery. The unsettling presence of the past lingered in the shadows, whispering secrets that had long been buried. Delving into the records of the property, Detective Klein uncovered a pattern of unsettling occurrences that spanned decades. Families with children had come and gone, each leaving behind tales of whispers in the night and spectral voices echoing through the halls. Piecing together fragments of the past, the detective unearthed the tragic story of Alina Blackwood, the former owner of the house who had harbored a dark secret within its walls. Children had vanished under her care, their fates a haunting mystery that remained unresolved. As the investigation deepened, the truth began to surface like a specter emerging from the shadows. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a chilling discovery beneath the basement floor: 5 small shapes, remnants of long-lost souls seeking justice from beyond the grave. Forensic analysis confirmed the grim reality: the children had met a tragic end at the hands of Alina Blackwood, their spirits lingering in the house, yearning to tell their tale of woe. In a final act of closure, the victims were laid to rest, their names etched in memory as innocent souls lost to a malevolent force that had preyed upon their vulnerability. The nursery walls, once witnesses to unspeakable horrors, were demolished, erasing the physical remnants of a dark chapter in the house's history. Yet the echoes of the past lingered, whispers of the departed reaching out through the veil of time. As Detective Klein closed the case, she knew that some mysteries defy explanation, their answers lost to the passage of time. The house, condemned and forsaken, stood as a silent sentinel to the secrets it held within its walls, a cautionary tale of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface. One photograph remained from the case, a haunting image of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a poignant reminder that some truths are etched in the fabric of reality, waiting to be unveiled by those brave enough to seek them. Story 24. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water reflecting the sky like a polished mirror. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, the only disturbance a faint ripple in the glassy surface. And there, near the shore, an unexpected sight caught his eye: a solitary suitcase bobbing in the stillness. At first glance it seemed like a forgotten relic discarded by careless hands. But as he drew closer, a pungent odor wafted towards him, thick and suffocating. The case was bound in chains, its metal edges tinged with the telltale signs of time's passage. and when the authorities pried it open, the contents within revealed a chilling truth. No mere discarded clothes lay inside. Instead, they found a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting embrace, and at the very bottom, a cryptic note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence a calming anchor amidst the unsettling discovery. The victim, a woman in her 30s named Catherine Walsh, lay still upon the shore, her once vibrant features now subdued by the embrace of water and earth. The medical examiner worked diligently, each detail catalogued with solemn precision. What struck Mercer was not the manner of disposal, but the meticulous care taken with the victim's presentation. Despite the brutality of her fate, Catherine Walsh seemed almost reverently arranged, her nails manicured, her hair styled with care, her attire speaking of elegance and wealth. She was not merely disposed of, Mercer murmured, her gaze following the gentle lap of the water against the muddy banks. She was prepared, adorned. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in high-end properties, lived a life of solitude and ambition. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a world of opulence and precision, her every step calculated for success. As Mercer delved into Walsh's life, a portrait emerged of a woman driven by perfection, her home a sanctuary of order and control. Every corner revealed the touch of a meticulous hand, every item meticulously curated. But it was in her office that a crack in the facade appeared, a drawer slightly ajar, within it a leather-bound journal that whispered of unseen terrors. The final entry, a cryptic warning of unseen eyes, hinted at a darkness lurking beneath the veneer of perfection. Digital breadcrumbs led Mercer down a winding path of obsession and fear. Walsh's inbox overflowed with messages bearing the same ominous phrase, a chilling reminder of a presence unseen but felt. And as the pieces of the puzzle slowly coalesced, Mercer's intuition whispered of a killer driven not by rage, but by ritual, a meticulous dance of control and correction. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a pawn shop owner, a missing necklace, a name Michael Linden. A maintenance worker of unassuming demeanor, Linden's unremarkable facade concealed a chilling truth. Surveillance footage painted a grim tapestry of Linden's obsession, his quiet presence a facade for unspeakable deeds. His apartment, a gallery of horrors, revealed a shrine to his victims, a twisted homage to lives stolen and remade in his image. When confronted, Linden's calm facade cracked, his words a chilling confession of his twisted logic. To him, his victims were flawed, their perfection a facade he sought to shatter. His acts of violence were not born of rage, but of a twisted desire to correct what he perceived as imperfection. The trial that followed was a somber affair, the families of the victims bearing witness to a justice long overdue. Linden's stoic demeanor betrayed no remorse, his eyes fixed on a horizon only he could see. For Detective Mercer, the case closed with Linden's sentencing, but the shadows lingered, the unanswered questions, the whispered doubts. What drove a man to such depths of depravity? What darkness lurked within his soul, seeking solace in the destruction of others? As the river carried on its timeless journey, washing away all traces of the past, Mercer sat at her desk, the chilling notebooks before her a reminder that in the stillness of ordinary lives, monsters may dwell, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And in the quiet of the precinct, a single truth echoed, a reminder that beneath the facade of perfection, darkness waits, a silent predator watching, waiting for its moment to reveal the flaws that lie beneath. Story 25, the town kept silent about the mysterious house standing at the edge of the woods. It stood there, isolated and forgotten, its windows dark, its porch burdened by the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no one recalled its builder. But one day a group of hikers strayed too close and uncovered a chilling secret names etched into the wooden walls, carved with a depth that felt like foreboding whispers. At the very bottom, fresh and untouched by the elements, was a name unfamiliar to them all. And then a voice quivered, "That's mine." A call pierced the stillness of the night, logged as a routine report of trespassing. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his own name etched into the abandoned house, spoke with a trembling voice. The responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, a teenage prank perhaps, but what they encountered defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness descended upon the forest. Her flashlight pierced through the shadows, revealing the weathered face of the structure. 27 names adorned the eastern wall, some fading into oblivion, others remaining sharp as if carved only moments ago. And at the end, Mason Wright, the groove still faintly smelling of fresh wood. "I've never been here," Mason maintained, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. "I don't understand how my name ended up here." The investigation commenced with background checks on each name carved into the walls. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the investigative team. Every name belonged to a person reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had gone cold, while others remained active. Yet all shared a haunting similarity: the individuals vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, the techniques, the erosion. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied back to a missing persons case from 37 years ago. Her tale spoke of a young woman who ventured into these very woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller delved deep into Mason's story, probing for connections. His narrative remained unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond this particular hiking trip with 4 college companions. They had chosen the trail randomly, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his past linked him to the other names on the wall. Attention shifted to Mason's friends. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken during their hike. Upon scrutiny, analysts unearthed a disconcerting detail: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 distinct photos. A tall, slender silhouette, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. The abandoned abode appeared frozen in time, dust coating every surface, furniture in disarray. Yet in the basement, a chilling tableau awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, all bearing names matching those outside. Under ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, remnants of a futile cleanup effort. Although no bodies lurked beneath the house according to ground-penetrating radar, cadaver dogs persistently signaled towards the thickening forest at the rear of the property. As the probe intensified, Mason Wright began reporting peculiar incidents: murmurs outside his residence, footprints leading to, but not from his door, spectral figures observing from afar. Despite assigned protection, Mason spiraled into paranoia. A breakthrough materialized when researchers unearthed buried land records. The house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood, who vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance overlooked. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller expanded the search into the encompassing woods. The team stumbled upon a network of crude hunting blinds strategically stationed along popular trails. Inside one, a journal divulged meticulous observations, hikers' profiles, routes, gear, behaviors. The handwriting mirrored samples from Victor Blackwood's scant documents, the entries transitioning from animal hunting tactics to human stalking strategies. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest, tactical squads combed every crevice. Yet the elusive suspect remained elusive. Mason ceased communication, his apartment deserted when officers arrived. On his bedroom wall, a freshly carved message loomed: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no sign of Mason. During a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic examiners stumbled upon a concealed workshop in the basement, housing woodworking tools, preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece displaying a new name. The name belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house initially, absent due to illness, a fact that sent chills down spines. Authorities erected a vigilant perimeter around the house, surveillance systems primed. 3 nights later, sensors sounded an alert. Cameras captured a figure emerging from the woods, impossibly tall, unnaturally slender, moving with an eerie grace. As tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered, briefly losing sight of the figure. When vision was restored, the enigmatic being had vanished into the night. Today, the house remains under constant watch. Mason Wright and the forensic technician elude discovery. The search continues, fueled by fresh reports of vanishings in wooded realms. The names on the wall have morphed into a chilling legend among law enforcers. Some refuse to utter them, while others shun the case entirely. Local hikers steer clear of the house, fearing that merely speaking of it could inscribe their fate on that dreadful list of names that dwell in silence. Story 26. The house had sat untouched for years, a silent witness to the mysterious disappearance of a young woman named Elise Winters. Neighbors whispered that no soul had dwelled within its walls since that fateful night. But when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they stumbled upon a locked bedroom, shrouded in secrets. With effort, they forced the door ajar, revealing a room frozen in time. The air hung heavy with neglect, the scent of dust mingling with something indefinable. Within the room, everything appeared eerily pristine. The bed was neatly made, the mirror polished to a gleam. A solitary candle stood as a sentinel on the desk, its wax a mere memory of its former self, frozen in time like tears unshed. And there atop the desk lay a notebook, its pages whispering of a tale long forgotten. Detective Morgan delved into the notebook's contents, each word a clue in the puzzle of Elise's vanishing. The handwriting, elegant and precise, belonged to the missing woman herself. Her words chronicled a growing unease, a sense of being watched by unseen eyes on the night she vanished. As forensics combed the room for evidence, the detective unearthed a web of deceit woven through Elise's life. Her meticulous nature had led her to uncover discrepancies in the files of a powerful law firm, Harriman and Associates. The revelations she stumbled upon hinted at corruption lurking beneath the surface, a truth that some would kill to keep hidden. Elise's trail led to a dark world of manipulated data, corporate greed, and silenced voices. The room she left behind held no overt signs of struggle, no crimson stains to mark a violent end. Instead, it whispered of a life interrupted, a story left unfinished. With each turn of the investigation, new layers of deception unfurled. Hidden compartments yielded damning evidence of a deadly cover-up involving a pharmaceutical giant and the very firm Elise worked for. The truth, buried deep within the shadows, threatened to shatter the facade of respectability carefully crafted by the perpetrators. The discovery of hidden flash drives and incriminating documents painted a portrait of betrayal and deceit. Elise's meticulous recordings captured damning conversations between herself and Vincent Harriman, a man whose thirst for power knew no bounds. As the truth unraveled, the facade of innocence crumbled. Harriman's carefully constructed lies fell away, revealing a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. The mystery of the locked room began to unravel, exposing a hidden passage leading to a web of lies that stretched far beyond the confines of the house. In a courtroom suffused with tension, justice finally caught up with the perpetrators. Harriman's web of lies unraveled under the weight of evidence, and he was held to account for his crimes. The ghosts of Elise's past found solace in the revelation of her untold story, a tale of courage and sacrifice that refused to be silenced. The house, once a sanctuary for dark deeds, now stood empty and forlorn, a silent sentinel to the secrets it held. The memory of Elise lingered in the air, a whisper of justice served, a tale of redemption found in the most unexpected of places. As night fell, casting shadows upon the empty rooms, a light flickered in the upstairs window, a beacon of hope in a world where darkness had once reigned supreme. And in that quiet moment, the house embraced its newfound peace, its secrets laid bare for all to see. Story 27, The Mystery of the Whispering Call. A strange occurrence unfolded in the quiet town, a mere whisper caught in the static of a pocket-dialed call. The operator, initially dismissive, was jolted from apathy as a frantic voice pierced through the noise. A woman's urgent whisper echoed, "He's here." Abruptly, the line fell silent, leaving behind a chilling void. The call originated from an abandoned house, a relic frozen in time, untouched by human presence for years. Detective Morgan Reed found herself entangled in a web of confusion as she stood in the deserted kitchen, where the phone rested on the dusty counter, its screen eerily aglow. Playback after playback, the haunting whisper lingered in her mind, a plea shrouded in fear and impossibility. The empty property bore the mark of the Sullivan family, who had fled after a devastating fire ravaged a portion of their home. Yet no logical explanation could be found for the recent call. The number traced back to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter, whose tragic demise had occurred in a car accident 3 years prior. The phone's inexplicable activity defied all reason, a spectral connection to a world beyond comprehension. Intrigued and unnerved, Morgan delved deeper into the enigma with her partner, Detective Walsh. The background check unveiled a haunting truth. Catherine Sullivan's spectral voice had reached out from the void, a spectral echo from beyond the grave. The investigation unfolded like a cryptic puzzle, each piece leading to a dead end. The forensic team's efforts yielded little, no tangible evidence to explain the ghostly call. The phone, a harbinger of the inexplicable, remained a riddle wrapped in mystery, a conduit for the beyond. As the case grew colder, a breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. Catherine's mother, driven by a mother's intuition, unearthed a journal from her daughter's belongings. Its pages whispered of a tumultuous relationship with Mark, unraveling a tale of love turned toxic, control twisted into fear. Confronted with the damning evidence, Mark's facade crumbled, his alibi shattered by the weight of Catherine's words. The truth, buried deep within the earth, emerged through the remnants of a buried phone, a silent witness to a heinous crime. The trial unveiled a dark tapestry of deception and manipulation woven by Mark, a man consumed by his twisted desires. The spectral call, a macabre charade designed to deceive, was but a fragment of his malevolent scheme. As justice prevailed, Catherine's voice echoed through the courtroom, a testament to her resilience in the face of darkness. The phone, now a relic of a bygone mystery, stands silent in the evidence locker, a reminder that even in death, the silence can find a voice speaking truths that transcend the veil between the living and the departed. In the stillness of the night, whispers of the past linger, a ghostly reminder of a tale untold, a mystery unraveled by the persistence of those unwilling to let the shadows claim victory. And so, the story of the whispering call endures, a testament to the enduring power of voices lost but never forgotten.